I will call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Canode.
Here.
Mr. Donahue is absent. Mr. Hammond.
Here.
Ms. McCready.
Here.
Mr. McLean.
Here.
Mr. O'Day.
Here.
Mrs. Mara.
Here. Notice of this meeting was provided to the Bernardsville News, Courier News, and the Star Ledger, filed with the municipal clerk, and posted on the municipal bulletin board on January 3rd, 2020. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We now have our annual reports from Planning Board, and you didn't have to come, but you did. Here, Dot's here too, just Bob. But thank you for other members for coming of Planning Board. Do you have?
We have no formal report. We are working on the downtown rezoning districts and also the signage and also the reexamination.
Yeah, the reexamination.
Oh,
All come together.
yeah, that's a lot to do in 1 year. Okay, thank you. And David, we have a written report from you as well, if you want to add to that. I saw you had, what, 22 meetings last year?
Yep, we had a busy year. Kept us busy. We not canceling very many meetings at all. Maybe one or two. Most notably, we had the Bernardsville Petroleum redeliberation last year.
Right.
Which was as a result of the court order that remanded it back to us for redeliberation. We did that. It was still denied based on traffic intensity on site, and they filed for our writ again. So we're still in litigation on it, and it has not moved very far from that. So there are no counterclaims made yet. That's going to happen after the judge sets a calendar for it, which should be in the next, I'm guessing in the next month or so.
Oh, okay.
I think it's bubbled up to the point where they're going to start paying attention to it again, but the plaintiff has to supply transcripts to the judge from the redeliberation, and then we go from there. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Other than that, there are the recommendations that we made at the end of the report. Which there's 4 of them here. The first one is for just a request that the council pursue more rigorous and consistent zoning enforcement throughout the borough. There were a couple of things that happened during the year that occurred because zoning enforcement was lax or was not completely accurate, and things that we put in resolutions that weren't done, and the zoning officer didn't catch that stuff even though it's in the resolution.
Do you have an example of that? Just so, yeah.
Yeah, so there was a garage that was put up that was supposed to have windows on both sides of the garage. Only one side has windows. Garage is being constructed. The applicant now has to come back to the zoning board to get a modification of the resolution because it's less expensive than putting windows in on the other side. This was something that was specifically discussed at the meeting, and the applicant agreed to it at the meeting, therefore it's part of the resolution. In addition, there was a large shiny box in front of
Yeah.
in front of the Heritage Project, which is a structure in the front yard. Pretty obvious that that's a structure in the front yard, and that was not a conversation with zoning until somebody from the zoning board saw it and brought it to everybody's attention. I don't drive Claremont that often, so I didn't see it before it arrived. But yeah, I mean, that's stuff that I can't believe nobody's been out to the site and it still got constructed and it was not an issue. until somebody from the zoning board brought it up. That it shouldn't be things like that.
That'll have to be screened, right?
Yes.
There,
Ordinance.
the agreement was it's gonna be buried,
Oh,
but the front of it will still be at ground level. And then there will be plantings around it, a fence across the top of it, but it's gonna come down basically one full box height. So it's not just screening that's going in, it's actually gonna be reduced in height so that it's sort of below grade, but the issue is that it has to have front access. And, I mean, this was something that was specifically going to be in the resolution, in all the hearings, it was gonna be a meter pit. So every intention during the application, it was gonna be underground.
But wasn't part of that the water company just did it on their own without telling anybody?
That seems to be the case.
That they no longer do underground, but never bothered to say that?
We didn't know it needed, well, there's multiple issues with it. It needed to be a hot box because there's a backflow preventer valve in it. I'm getting into the engineering of it. And the backflow preventer valve is there because the fire hydrant is there and the water valve is there. If all of that had been located inside the building, then you could have a water line run up to the building. All of it would have been inside. Somewhere along the line, somebody decided that they wanted to put a fire hydrant there instead of up near the building. So I don't know who decided where the fire hydrant went, but that was, and so the fire department hookup was near the fire hydrant and it was just a cascading of events.
Yeah.
So somebody didn't realize what
Changes.
ramifications were being made when they changed things.
So how do we improve communication on these items? Because this is something that I think is a challenge, especially when things are happening in one group or one board. Getting to an enforcement, I mean, one pathway is through borough employees, but there's also a pathway that's either through council or directly from committee chair to committee chair.
I think that the council needs to be aware and make sure that the borough employees do their jobs. I mean, this is the zoning board of adjustment has no authority to tell people to do their jobs. We're there to grant variances or not grant variances based on the conditions presented and what public comment is and what good sense is and, you know, all of those kinds of things. So once that resolution is written, everybody gets a copy of it. The zoning officer gets a copy of it, the engineering department gets copies of it, the construction office, everybody gets a copy of it. So it's a matter of making sure that the thing's read.
Well, in all fairness to the zoning officers, enforcement officer, did you bring this to his or her attention and did you get a response?
Yes, after it was constructed, then the zoning officer wrote a letter to the property owner saying, you now have structured your front yard, what are you gonna do about it? So, you know, it was after the fact.
Yeah,
But, yeah, the zoning
I'm not
officer
talking about the
did their
water
job.
one because I'm more concerned about the garage, because the water one, my understanding was, that was a surprise to everybody. That just sort of sprung up and nobody saw that one coming or was informed of it. We were all told about that after the fact. The garage example, to me, is a little bit more disturbing.
Again, the zoning officer, it was brought to the zoning officer's attention and the zoning officer then wrote a letter. But if we hadn't brought it to the zoning officer's attention, I mean, it was clearly in the resolution. If the modified plans were approved, everything was there. And just, I can't tell you what happened after that, so we really don't know.
We have a zoning enforcement meeting on Thursday this week.
Right, so we can bring
I'll
it
put
up.
it on the agenda to have this discussion with Jeff. 'Cause really, you know, we have
Up
to
until this
understand-
point, though, I've not been informed of something that we missed. There was a scheduled inspection that was missed, or that there was an item that. So these things, sometimes these construction things can happen in between inspection A for certificate of occupancy for phase 1 and 2. I'm not saying something didn't happen that was not correct. I'm just saying I've not been informed yet that we somehow missed something on this. It's obvious that this got built. It was not approved by the Board of Adjustment. It wasn't in the plan. As far as I understand, that the builder is saying that he didn't want it that way.
Oh, we're back to the water. You're talking about the water.
I'm talking about this,
The garage.
the hot box.
No, the
Yeah.
hot box.
Are you
No,
talking
no,
about
they're
hot
talking
box?
Yeah,
about
they
the
were talking
garage.
about the garage.
Well,
But is that the,
I'm just concerned about a sweeping statement. that we
Yeah,
need.
that's, I mean, if there's a
Rigorous and
specific issue, we
consistent.
should
We have-
address
we have
it.
two
There are-
examples
there
out
are
of
other
100.
examples.
We should address them.
can you give us the, like, in writing, send us an email with the specific examples so that we can address them with the
I hesitate doing that.
appropriate
I think that it needs to be an overall conversation and that people actually need to start paying attention rather than saying, you know, these are the 6 things that were missed. And, you know, you should have fixed those. Because it's not gonna solve a systemic problem.
Well, so I agree, but if there's a systemic problem, the first step in solving it is saying, look, we missed these things, investigate, well, why?
Okay, well,
And
in
then create a
addition,
solution.
Right.
Well, I'm
In
gonna
addition
disagree,
to
the first step is
heritage-
to actually show that there is a systemic problem, but right now we have 2 examples. That doesn't make a systemic problem.
okay, so in addition at the heritage, there was more steep slopes disturbed than were approved. Than were originally designed to be approved. And so the original plans had a certain amount of steep slopes to be disturbed. More were disturbed than was originally planned.
same project? Is that the heritage?
Same project, it's the heritage. There's another piece of property on Round Top, I think, where more steep slopes were disturbed than were allowed. I don't know whether it was a zoning issue or a construction issue, I don't know who slipped up. But they disturbed a tremendous amount of steep slopes, and that project got stopped, and now they have to get a variance. So there are things that occur.
Right, but I think, and I, this, you're starting to tick off items, is exactly what the mayor asked for. I think you can't investigate a generality, you have to have some specifics to look at. And I think that this is troubling and something we need to look into, but we can't go out and say there's a systemic problem until we demonstrate that there is.
You would have to look at any letter that the zoning officer sent out for compliance and find out if it was too late when it went out. If it was
If it's
defective,
after
it
the
was
fact.
done. So, in order to bring something into compliance, these are just some examples. So that's another source potentially of getting to something too late.
And I can't tell you.
And I don't know that there are more letters, but
I was just gonna say, I can't tell you about things that didn't come in front of the Board of Adjustment. So if there was something that was just done and nobody ever knew about it, or it wasn't recognized, I don't know.
I mean, I have a genuine interest in helping to improve the way we function as a borough. I can't do that without some baseline of knowledge to start down that path.
I also think that the non-conforming uses throughout the borough, specifically the multifamily homes, I think needs to be addressed by the planning board and the council. We're through maybe half a dozen applications, not even that many. And there's something like 140 of them around town. So, I mean, you're looking at a 10-year backlog of stuff.
Well, quite a number have been resolved without going to use. I think there's been quite a few that have been able to provide the
80%.
information. Yeah, was that what he said? 80% have not had to go to the Board of
They
Adjustment.
furnished the proof, so.
Yeah.
So there was a resolution or something somewhere?
Yes,
Because the zoning officer can't just issue a certificate once it's past 12 months.
I don't, there's a criteria that they have to come up with in terms of data to say that, yes, it was in this.
I understand
so
that,
a deadline's approaching.
but no, it's once 12 months past the passage of the zoning ordinance, which was 1971.
Right. Yeah,
So the zoning officer cannot issue a certificate for any of them that don't already have a resolution.
That is true. The MLUL provides that a certificate of nonconformity can be granted by the zoning officer for the first year after the enactment of the ordinance that made it nonconforming, and thereafter you have to go to the Board of Adjustment. However, the way the zoning officer has been doing it is advising the people that he's not going to, or she is not going to enforce that provision, but pointing out that it's not binding, that it's you know, somebody wants to buy it, they can require that they go before the board to get a legal certificate. But it's really just a matter of enforcement at that level, saving the people the hassle of having to go before the board, spending money, but knowing that they don't have anything legally binding. It's enough to satisfy the zoning officer that, you know, that they did predate the ordinance.
So unless they're selling,
Right.
It's not-
Unless the selling and the buyer requires certification now.
So it's a latent problem at this point. It's something that is just under the surface and can still come up.
So have you contacted the zoning, have you had a discussion about these items?
Yes,
Okay, so he's aware of
Yes,
where
he's
there's been
aware.
Has
problems.
there been satisfactory resolution in those conversations?
no, that's why they're in the report.
But I do think one of the reasons why we agreed on that approach was that we didn't wanna overwhelm the planning board with a whole bunch of
Board of Adjustment,
the Board of Adjustment of 100+ applications. So that in this way, if people who had no intention of selling anytime soon, that gives them some time to do this, rather than you getting deluged with applications.
I'm perfectly happy with that solution. I just wanna make sure that the property owners recognize that they're still not in compliance with zoning and that they could be required by a new purchaser to come back before the board at some point in the future. Don't throw away any of the documentation you have.
That's made clear in the letter.
Okay.
It's not a binding certificate, no.
Okay.
Do we have a master list of existing non-conformings that are still out there?
Jeff does, I mean, the zoning
Jeff
office does, yeah. Okay, the other thing you mentioned here was,
I suggest, when you approve a plan, you sign the plan and you date your signature, correct?
Correct.
So what I would suggest is that you make a checklist of the items so that there's no misunderstanding, that the zoning officer has to review the signed plan. And because sometimes a revision will come through and they'll take out the windows in the revision, and that doesn't conform with the signature date. So I think there has to be a checklist prepared. It would make it easier to enforce.
No, the plans that are signed are the ones that are supposed to be on site for construction.
But what obviously happened is the sign plan had windows and the construction plan didn't.
No. That's
So
not what
the garage
happened.
one.
The construction activity did not put windows into the garage. That
Right.
doesn't mean that the construction plan, it just didn't follow the construction plan.
They didn't follow the plans.
I can't tell you exactly what happened.
Oh,
All I know is the garage went up without the windows that were required to be in based on the resolution
Easy to do.
and the signed plans.
David, before you move on, one more question about the current number 3 or number 2. Are there other non-conforming uses that you're concerned about besides the one we're just talking about?
No, that's the one we're talking about. Number 3 then, we're very supportive of the planning board developing the architectural and streetscape design standards and making them, codifying them into law. We're very supportive of that.
which you're in the process of right now, yeah.
So I had a question about that language. Is this coming out of the planning board solely, or is this coming out of the group, the larger group, which includes planning board?
This
No, the
report
planning
is
board
from the
is-
Board of Adjustment solely.
No, you mean
No,
the
the
design
recommendations
standards
for
or whatever.
the standards,
They're being written by the planning board.
and then where do they
They
go
came
from
out
there?
of the larger group,
Right,
they're
they-
being codified into ordinance
Right.
form.
Ordinance form.
Okay.
Right,
They were not thought of by the planning board members.
they came
Got it.
from
Okay,
common
that's, I
ground.
just want to understand,
No, that's,
you know, the A to B to C to D, how it gets to us.
And
Okay,
it'll come before the mayor and council for.
For-
vote.
right, yeah. And then the last was the swimming pools.
The last was the swimming pools as structures in the borough zoning ordinance.
Can you give us some context around that and the reasons?
Yes, where there was an application
Yeah, I
that,
saw that.
that came up, and there was a question as to setbacks and other requirements associated with the swimming pool. And we talk about structures not being allowed in the front yard, things like that, but a swimming pool at the moment is not a structure.
Okay. how would the application, because I saw the one in the back, how would that globally affect, talk to me as a layperson, people in this town applying for pools or patios, because both of those things were addressed as changing of the structure, so how would that generally affect the permit process and people being able to do what they want on the property?
We haven't had an issue where people were not able to do what they want. What we noticed in a recent application, I wanna say that it happened in 2018 actually, because this is again carried forward from last year's report because there was no action taken. There was a pool that was being built at somebody's house. They applied for it and we had all of the ordinary conversations that we might have about that pool. And then when our planner, the borough planner, John Zabo, took a look at the ordinance and discussed it with us after we granted the approval for what needed to happen, it's like, I know we did this, but there's no support for a pool being a structure. Therefore, they really didn't have to meet the setback requirements. You could put it right up to the edge of the property.
Wow. Right
on the property line because it's not a structure.
So this is really determining setbacks, not coverage.
No, it is counted for impervious coverage.
Okay.
Because impervious coverage is not just structures, it's anything that you do that would cause impervious. So a pond is impervious. If you put a pond on your property, it's considered impervious coverage because it holds water, it doesn't leach. So it's not that. But it is, you could put it right next to the property line. You put it right on the property line.
And that's what we're trying to do.
You could put it in the front yard, you could do lots of things with it because it's not a structure by borough zoning ordinance. And our definition's correct. So there's language here that's suggested by Mr. Zabo to stick into the zoning ordinance that then defines that as a structure and therefore it must meet all the other requirements that a structure has to meet. So right now, it's not a structure, which means it's left to be loosey-goosey.
Okay, yeah.
So is that something for the council to change, or this is something in front of the board, it's pending?
It's something the council needs to change.
Yeah, we
zoning
changed the ordinance, so we need to amend the ordinance.
I'm not saying we shouldn't amend the ordinance, but the MLUL definition
I
structure.
think tennis courts are structures.
John?
Wait,
Let's
John
bring
is
the Jack
talking.
here.
I mean, Jack's talking, what, Jack, do you wanna repeat
And by
that?
the way, Terry's just asking me, are tennis courts also structures?
Because we've had a tennis court issue like this about being close to the property lines and so.
I think we should clarify the ordinance definitions, but the MLUL definition, which controls in any event, defines structure as a combination of materials to form a construction for occupancy, use, ornamentation, whether installed on, above, or below the surface of a parcel of land.
Right,
But,
so,
I think, in the meantime, I think you're protected. I'm not, as I said, I'm not saying we shouldn't clarify the ordinance,
Yeah.
but the MLUL definition.
It is a structure.
Yeah,
Yeah, and that-
tennis courts.
right, that's what I was gonna say too, because it actually, the swimming pools would fall under the definition of a structure. It's just that the ordinance says buildings, and so that's the amendment that they wanna say buildings and structures.
Right.
To include swimming pools in that larger.
So do we start the process or is the planning board on that?
It usually comes from the planning board.
Okay.
It can go in either direction. In any event, it's gotta be referred to the planning board prior.
And Terry's also suggesting
So-
that as much as you throw swimming pools in there, throw tennis courts in there too, just to make
And
sure.
tennis courts,
Maybe they
yeah.
already are, maybe
I
you're
don't know.
right.
I don't know.
But I can remember we had this.
So
I
we
think we
same
gotta
kind of
go
discussion.
back to the MLU
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
look at that and then delete conflicting language or, you know, make sure it's
Yep.
correct.
I think we have a planning board meeting on Thursdays, can we add this to the agenda and?
Yeah, I think it would fall under.
It's very broad. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it can be, just
Okay.
have to send us,
Tennis court, definitely.
send us a note.
Jack, can you send me the appropriate ordinance and I'll put it downstream?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay,
At any rate, so those are the significant items from the report. It's, obviously there's more in there than just that. Does anybody have any questions?
anyone else?
And by the way, the reason for this report for the new members on the council is that this is the one vehicle that the Board of Adjustment has to give feedback back to the borough, both the planning board and the borough council, because it's a sort of a separate process.
Right,
And council members it's not a good idea for council members to attend board of adjustment meetings because applications can come back to the council.
right.
But along those lines, when you say this is the only vehicle, if in the future there's issues related to borough employees, rather than waiting for your once a year report, is there a way that you could get such information in more real time?
Well, one of the things that we do is, on an annual basis, we review all of the professionals that support the Board of Adjustment, which is, our secretary, our planner, our attorney, and our engineer. So we provide that feedback to those personnel. We also provide that back to Ralph.
Right.
So he knows how our professionals are behaving and what the board thinks of the professionals. We don't review all of the borough employees that would potentially come in contact with us, but the Board of Adjustment is happy to provide input should there be a review process.
I mean, is it inappropriate for that information to come to the personnel committee?
Well, it should go to Ralph and then whoever you think's appropriate to handle it.
The boards are responsible for their own professionals.
Right,
Retain them.
Yeah,
But I think if there's an acute
it's
issue, we need
different,
to know about
there's a
that.
difference.
Yeah,
yes, there are some that are our responsibility, though, the zoning officer. So, yeah, but yeah, the sooner we get feedback, the better, so that we can address issues if there's something that's a
I
performance.
think there needs to be a good avenue established for that. I don't think the Board of Adjustment should just pop up and say, hi, this is what we see. I think that's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, and it should be systemic, kind of like they were saying before too, not just a one-time, I mean, of
Right.
course, one-time
There should be a
things.
process for doing it.
Right.
Yeah.
And we'll be happy to take suggestions for that process if you think of a way it could work.
And would you recommend that these types of reports or recommendations happen more than annually?
This report is required annually.
Right.
Right, but would
It's
you
the same
recommend
law.
that they happen more than annually? Or no?
I don't think that that's necessary, I really don't.
Okay.
I don't know, do you feel any differently about it, because you see it too? And
No,
you're
I
the other
think
half of
our
what we
issues
do.
are mostly just with scope of enforcement, the absence of enforcement. So with the sign ordinance coming up,
Right,
the question that's always asked is,
Is
why are
will-
we doing it?
right.
Is anyone going to enforce it? Other than during applications, there's some control, but all the signage is out of compliance today and would still be out of compliance.
Right.
Is there any statutory reason why two committees couldn't discuss, because that was an issue that we discussed with the new sign ordinance. There's no point in making an ordinance if it's not enforceable, or if
I understand, it's just one of the quandaries,
So
Right.
that one in particular.
Oh, it is
should be discussed.
enforceable, it's just not
Not
enforced.
enforced.
It's not,
Difference.
it's not a question.
Yeah.
No, but
They're two
we've
different
talked
points.
about, look, if there's a new sign ordinance, are we going to go back and rears the folks that have signs in existence? How are we going to do this
That
over
were
time?
already not compliant
Right.
with the
No,
prior
that's a
sign
grandfather
ordinance.
issue.
So you
And
get-
then
that's a
you,
pre-existing
how
non-conforming
far back
conversation.
you go
Right.
before that? Well, so you know, every LED sign in a window that's there today is not compliant
Right.
with the original sign ordinance.
Well, I
And
thought
there
it
are only a
was
few
neon.
neon signs that,
What's the technicality? They're
predated the
not
sign
neon.
ordinance.
Right, they're not neon, it said
And it's
neon.
actually not compliant, and the reason why we can't enforce it is because our ordinance was overly specific.
No,
And actually, there was a very specific discussion that we had over the summer, where we actually did a tour of the neon signs in town, and since there was a new sign ordinance in development,
yeah,
he said, let's wait for the sign ordinance to be done.
right,
Let's enforce the
motion,
ordinance."
turn them off at night, just,
Yeah.
that, some of it's just enforcement, just
Well,
people don't turn the sign off.
Yeah, but so Chad and I were the ones who walked the town, we looked at every single sign,
in this town.
and there are a lot of illuminated signs, very few of them are neon. And that's,
Correct.
and that's why, but our ordinance doesn't say illuminated
It
signs,
just says, it
it
says
says
neon.
neon. And so, and this was fought, and people won in court, and so our officers are no longer trying to enforce something that keeps getting thrown out by the judges.
So they actually asked us to rewrite the ordinance. It was at the exact same time that the new ordinance for signs came down.
Right,
And we had it was almost within weeks of one another, that we put a hold for this new sign. So I guess what I'm suggesting is a good path for that specific. There should be a conversation about what the planning board has done, what the new ordinance is, and how we enforce it, because that has to happen. enforcement has to happen.
Yes, it will. I mean, we have to have the ordinance
Then there
first.
can, you know, and there'll be sign guidance, well, the whole thing, you got the downtown zoning
Right.
as well and all that, so.
And
I
in
mean,
the-
as a citizen, not as a Board of Adjustment member, I've noticed where people put too much signage in their front windows,
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
all over the place.
And actually, there was a whole series of enforcement issues that happened this summer. Just because he and I walked the town for 2 days, we wrote them all down. And then they started coming down, and I think it's a process that has
Still
to
there.
go through.
The for sale by owner signs that are sitting out on the highway, shouldn't be there.
Which ones?
For sale by owner. Some owner of some property somewhere in Bernardsville has put sandwich board, has put signs out, and the two road, you know, right away.
Yeah.
Who's ripping them off? Who's taking them and putting them down at the police station and storing them and nobody.
it is.
Well,
It's an issue we need to
correct me if
deal
I'm
with.
wrong, Jack, but there was an issue related to taking those signs down related to free speech.
It depends on.
No.
Not in the right of
Not
way.
on those per se.
no.
Yeah,
On those?
No,
Okay.
no.
I mean, there are free speech issues, but
Political.
not on those.
the political
Didn't have to
signs,
do
yeah,
that.
right,
Political signs, more so.
yeah. Okay,
There may be jurisdictional issues, like,
Right.
okay, then someone needs to get the DOT to remove the sign.
right,
Or the DOT needs to say to the local
that we have
police,
the authority to
please
do
remove the
it.
sign, you know, but it's that kind of thing, so the easiest thing is to do nothing.
Okay,
Again, another thing that I've noticed as an individual citizen is that we really don't enforce any kind of standards for fill, for construction fill.
That has changed.
we are working on that, right?
We changed it already.
Yeah, and there are state guidelines now that we got from the DEP, so there are new fill guidelines, right?
So ours are more stringent than the state now.
But even still, somebody's gotta enforce it.
So we changed the inspection process for new construction. At the last council meeting, I think it was.
I think it was one before that.
Yeah,
One of the two.
but we're appointing the
It's actually on
engineer to,
tonight, too.
tonight to
Oh.
do the inspections.
Yeah, so instead of a borough employee doing the inspections, it's gonna be the engineer.
Okay, hopefully that'll fix the problem, because I
Yeah,
see some awfully poor fill being used in town.
yeah, and that is a statewide problem with fill. It has been for the last year or two. So enforcement is something we need to deal with, so yeah, thank you for your recommendation and we will address it.
I have one more comment.
Yes, Hal?
When we're developing these ordinances, maybe we should get, maybe the zoning officer should sit in on these.
That's a
come to our
good
meetings,
suggestion.
So we get their feedback as to what the problems of enforcement are, what
Yeah.
they're comfortable enforcing or
That's a
not
good
enforcing.
suggestion.
Yeah, because
And,
if they're
yeah.
not gonna enforce it, it makes no sense to put it in as a standard.
Right, or if there's a reason they can't, or there's some problem with it, it would be good to have
They
it.
might have logistical problems about
Right,
enforcement.
yeah.
I mean, for right or wrong, I remember, so when the sign ordinance came from the redevelopment committee that came to our committee, Jeff actually was quite helpful in telling us what he thought he could enforce and what he couldn't.
Sure.
And that did help the next iteration. I think you're 100% right. We all have to be involved in making sure that these things are written properly and we can enforce them when they're done. It's a great suggestion.
Okay,
That's a good suggestion.
yes, thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, I'll only say it briefly, but you need to pursue as a very high priority the disposition of Meadowbrook Farms.
What does that mean?
I'll leave it to you. to decide.
Yeah, no, I've had those conversations,
Yeah,
so, yeah,
I don't wanna go into, cause
right,
it's like executive session type stuff, so.
yeah,
But you need to pursue it, plan for it,
yeah,
all that.
yes, we are working on that. But thank you. Yeah, that's an important piece of property. Okay, we good? Thank you all for coming.
Can I make one other quick request to the council?
Sure,
This is helpful.
We're all
Yeah,
ears.
recycling. The county has implemented a new recycling system with these enormous barrels that no longer fit in your car. And there are a tremendous number of people in town, they're not all over town, mostly in the uphill section, that have long driveways, elderly people. And I've actually heard comments from the garbage man, that people are having a lot of difficulty dealing with these new bins. Because you gotta haul them down to the end of the street, they gotta be positioned in a certain position. In order for the truck to come by and pick the stuff up, you can't leave them there longer than a day, so you're hauling them a half mile to, by the time because you can only haul one at a time. So you got a mile walk to take the stuff out to the street, and then another one to bring it all back the next day. Is there anything that the town can do to implement a central recycling area for people that don't wanna use these bins, but still wanna recycle?
It's a good idea.
It's a question
I
for
mean,
the,
back in the day, it was, a couple of 30-yard dumpsters for green glass, brown glass, whatever. And now it could be, a 30-yard dumpster for glass, one for metal, and one for paper. And the county's already got the stuff potentially pre-sorted. But we, this isn't Hillsborough, we don't all have short driveways. And using these large bins is really a problem.
you can get smaller ones, they let you trade them out, but they're still pretty big. I think you go from the 60 to the 45s, they'll switch out for you.
Yeah, it's still not gonna fit
It's
in your
still
car.
big.
The barrel was really nice, it would fit in your car, you could put it in your trunk with the lid up, you put it in the back of a Jeep or an Escalade or whatever. And, you can do that with the round bins, but with this new system, that don't work.
Yeah. How does the borough recycle? Do we have any dumpsters in the back, or we don't have?
We do. We have them at the lab, not here.
Not here. Okay. So, yeah, that's a good point. And I know I've spoken to a few residents who have had issues, and I've called the county, and they have worked out something with, those people personally. I'm not sure what it was, but they will work with anyone who has a problem or a disability or, elderly. They've been very helpful, so I recommend that they call the county as well.
I did talk to the county and I got absolutely nowhere with it. I mean, I've got a 1,000-foot driveway. They're not gonna fit one of their trucks in our driveway.
No.
They're not gonna wanna go across the little bridge that we have. I'm sure it would crack the bridge if they did, because it's not built for that. But, it's just, I'm not the only person I know. I mean, there's plenty up the hill, just like I hear it from the garbage man. Lots of people are just really suffering with these bins.
So you're suggesting that there be a place where they could drive the smaller things down?
I'd be happy
and
to drive
drop
into
it.
town with my little blue barrel, I didn't throw it away.
Actually, they could go with smaller containers and the driver would have to get out of the
Well,
truck
that's-
and empty the smaller container, which they're capable of doing, it's just.
I think what they've done is gone from 2 drivers to 1 because now they use the machine,
Still
so
get
it
out of
was
the truck.
cost saving on their part.
Yeah, but if you put a blue
Or
barrel.
they could have a special day, they could
Yeah.
just say, well, this is the day we're gonna have 2 drivers on it, I don't know. Still, it's.
Do we have a recycling liaison, or does that fall under public work?
I think it's Kathy, isn't it? Redling usually
No, I
deals
mean,
with
on the
that.
council though, something, who would be working?
No, it
with
should be an
them?
employee, it shouldn't be us.
I know, but who among us would work with that employee to?
Public Works,
Somewhere.
yeah. Okay. We'll look into that, thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you,
Yeah.
that's a personal beef.
Okay. All right, well, thank you both for coming down and some of the other members, and,
Do you have anything, did we miss anything?
no, you're good?
Okay.
Okay. We now have an open session, so if anyone from the public would like to come up and make a statement or share something, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. So just make sure you give us your name and address for the record. Mike, I guess that's you. Yeah, just come up to the microphone.
Sure, yes. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. Mike Long, 22 Crest Drive. It's going to feel a little bit like Groundhog Day. I wanted to come back before the council because I do understand on the agenda tonight there's consideration of an ordinance to provide some temporary relief on the turf fees for the town youth sports programs that use that field. I am here today as a member of the Board of Trustees, for football, as well as the Vice President of the Board for lacrosse. And as I've mentioned before, I'm a coach for both of those programs. The turf, again, these are going to be some things that you have heard before, but I think it's important both for members of the community that are here, members of the community that are home, to understand that the turf field is the only asset in town for recreation playing surface for which there is a charge. There is no charge for grass fields, there's no charge for basketball courts, there's no charge for fencing surfaces, there's no charge for wrestling mats. I support all of those sports, and I support all of them getting the benefit of the town's resources to help to support their programs. The turf is the only field for which there is a charge, and it materially impacts both football and lacrosse. I understand that there are town needs that we all have to participate in, and we all have to help support. I also understand, and our programs understand, the need to help coordinate ourselves better so that we can also support what the town wants to do for the kids in the town, besides just providing the all-volunteer services that we do provide, in the hopes that it makes it a better town. There's been talk about having a master rec plan and taking some time to try and figure that out. Hopefully it doesn't take too much time, but these things are not quick. We would ask, again, we're repeating, that this council please provide us some relief, not have us be singled out, our program singled out as the only program that has to pay to use the playing surfaces that is appropriate in this town. I would point out that there's no football field in this town other than the turf. The only other one that exists belongs to the school district. And after this town put in a charge, so did they. So there is no field for football to use without paying. You could rent it out, I understand that. You could rent it out to other people. We could have a field that we put in and that we as taxpayers help support put in, and we're renting it out to other people. We could monetize a lot of things. We could use this as event space. We could rent out the Borough Hall. That's not the town that I would like to live in, and I don't think that's the way to support the kids in this town. So I would ask each one of you, we will support the rec plan. We will be participants in it. We will help fundraise. I can't commit to numbers. I can't commit to fixed percentages. I can't do that. My programs do not have the ability to see into the future that way. But we will help. We are not asking for something without trying to give something back beyond what we do. Believe me, we will. If I can just have one more second. I would ask, there are some members of the community here today, including some players. I would ask that each one of you, please, think about standing up and standing with these kids. These are the kids in our town. Please stand with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jen?
Hi, Jennifer Walsh, 56 Crestview Drive. Just to put a little perspective on what Mike was talking about, like when we talk about renting out fields, like we were talking about renting out fields to organizations that make $1.1 million in revenue a year, $1.2 million in revenue a year, $1.4 million in revenue a year. Football, I don't know about lacrosse, they brought in $36,000 in revenue a year. I don't know how the town or the Board of Ed were even comparing these organizations. These are true rec organizations run by volunteers on a dime with no money. So if you do the math, if I'm actually estimating down, cutting off their $1.141 million and estimating down to $1.1 million compared to the $36,000 that football brought in last year, that would be 32 times more than we brought in. Okay, so if you do the math and gave us a discount on that, that would be $1.60 an hour charge. Or if you then multiplied it, that would be like charging them $1,600 an hour. So if you want to be fair, that would be fair. And that's just comparing how it's affecting our programs, how it would compare a club organization, even if they call themselves not-for-profit, is club. Now, even like my son was 9 years old versus paying $200 to $300 to do football, I would have had to pay between $1,000 to $2,000 to do a club organization. And if you just do the math, it doesn't make sense. Like I mean, if you're doing club, I know for baseball it's between $5,000 to $8,000 a year. Same for lacrosse, where these kids are spending $200 to $300 a year. So if you want to look back in 5 years from now and say, what happened to the youth organizations in our town? It will be this. And you'll feel sad when you see that kids can't play sports in Bernardsville. That's the only place they can play those sports. And you know, my kids are now grown. They don't play on the playgrounds. Should I now expect them to like have a fee so someday we can replace those playgrounds? I don't think so. I mean, there's a fund now that we have for replacement. That's part of the reason it was put in place, right? So 15 years from now, the money will be there to replace it, but these organizations will not be if we're gonna expect them to pay fees. Thank you.
Who's bringing, educate me, who's bringing in the 1.1 million?
SC Burnham,
Club soccer.
Club Soccer.
Yeah, the club.
And then not for profit, I said over $500,000 in their account.
They have also $500,000 in assets.
And they charge about $1,000 to do it.
Joe Rossi, Crest Drive. Does everyone know here that the polo grounds were built for free by my grandfather and his friends? The upper polo was built by his sons who were in football for his kids. The pool was built by my mother and her family and all the people in town walking around with a paper cup and collecting dollars. And at one point they ran out of money and they had to refund it to build it. And the rest of the additions to the pool were done that way. The Evancal field was a $500,000 they gave us to build a $1.2 million field. And we built a $1.2 million field, state-of-the-art, with the help of Rutgers and Dr. Murphy, and we're proud of what we built there. Underground drainage, automated sprinkler. We have a power system to power 7 fields there with switches in it that no one's utilizing, the conduits in the ground. That's all been done by donations. The turf field to the school, the high school, was supposed to be, we would put it there. I refused to be involved in it, but I did have to go and build it, help build it, and raise the money. $1 million field was put there for free. With they said our kids would never be kicked off of it. Our kids should not be being kicked off, and there should be this council should go back there and collect the money. They have a $40-some million budget. And they give as much as they can in little increments of money to those sports, which are so important, just like everything else. We fought for the $5 million theater. Why? We fought for all the music rooms. Why? For our kids. What they're taking away here, we tried to build another field in the lower field behind. We took the dirt from the field that we built and we ran it down there purposely. We built a half a field for $200,000. They had $490,000 they put away to build a whole other football, lacrosse, and whatever. Everything these kids are playing on right now have been put together for the great people of this community that put it together. There should be not one charge. These are the reasons that we are not getting young families to come to town and buy our houses that they can buy now and they can afford. But they go out and look at the fields and what we have, and we're not giving them anything. This is so wrong. And I think that if you want the backup, I have the plans, I have the breakdowns, what it costs. I think you better think about our kids first. The other part of it is, and I know I'm on the clock here, the school board with $40-some million can use our fields anytime they want. They don't have to worry about that field that we wanted to add. That field that we wanted to add would keep all the kids on their property. That would give our upper polo, lower polo, that whole complex back to our young families. Our young families have to go to school, pick up their kids after school and take them out of town for sports. Why? Why is this being done? We just passed a referendum. That money should pay for the turf field and the replacement of it. The turf field that they put down was substandard, not designed right, and we paid for it. Well, I was on the council, 12 years, I know. Be careful, people. I was on the council for 12 years. You know what we sent to the county? $120 million, $10 million a year. Do you know what we've gotten from the county? Ugats, you know what that means? They gave us a bridge on Pill Hill Road because they said, listen, make me a list of what you've given us back for the $10 million we've been giving you for the last 5 years. They called it, we'll give you the bridge. When they wanted to build the roadway coming into town, they wanted to build it out of the sound barriers and hillside, not stone in the walls. They had to take them and say, these are the companies that make the molds for the stone. They wanted to put the poles on 2 sides. On one side, they didn't want to put the steps in. That's what we've gotten. Do we have a nice, beautiful road coming into our town from Mendham, drained and whatever, trimmed back? No. Do we have any county roads at the same standards that South County's doing? Take a look.
Yes.
Take a look at South County. See what they're getting. See what we've gotten from the county. So that 700,000 means nothing to me. That was our money times 10,000 times.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Please
you.
take that into consideration.
Yes, got it.
Okay, we've had two comments now that the referendum was to pay for the field. That's, just to be clear, that's not correct.
Right. Not engaging. Gonna let them just talk.
Well, if he wants to talk.
I just don't wanna have it back and forth all night long. Hi, Ed.
Hi. Good evening, everybody. Ed Caldwell, 71 Mine Mount Road. Everybody that's stood up here tonight has touched base on the critical issues that the sports are under right now, the youth sports. I kind of wanted an interaction with all of you. How many of you know what sports are paying for the turf field?
What do you mean?
What sports in town are paying for the turf field? The
This
two turf
past
fields.
year?
Yes.
The two turf fields?
Yes.
You mean the one at the school?
The
as
high
well as
school
ours?
and the polo grounds.
We had, Berna.
And football.
The two,
And lacrosse.
the
And
two,
lacrosse, with girls.
is Berna part of Bernards Township or the school district?
It's a,
No. So the Somerset Hills Bulldogs, now Bernards Junior Mountaineers, if you want to call it, is a football program in our town, correct?
Yes.
Is there any child outside of our school district allowed to play on the team, on any of the levels?
I don't know.
No, they're not allowed. Lacrosse, exactly the same way. There is no child that is allowed to play on Somerset Hills lacrosse program to play on the teams. So basically you are charging a resident to play on the fields that is in our town, right? I'm correct, right? High school is allowed to play on it absolutely free. The middle school programs are allowed to play on it absolutely free. Why are we being charged? For common sense, I've been struggling with this for over a year. I've stood up here before you all a year ago asking the same question. I stood up in front of the Board of Education asking the same question. I still don't understand why the program that is not being offered in the middle school is being charged to play on a field. Lacrosse program, there is no program in the middle school, so we have a program so they could play. How well has the high school lacrosse program been? Phenomenal. How well has the football program done? Phenomenal. You are going to hurt the two programs feeding into our high school, how well they're doing. And we're getting recognized as a small little town. I ask you to reconsider the fees of the two fields in question right now. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I know Jeff wanted to make a point, but I think it was something Joe said. The referendum that passed, which allows us to use the open space tax for up to 100% for development. It's not just to replace the turf field, it was for any of the development. But that doesn't mean we can't set aside a portion of it every year towards replacement.
Correct.
So it's for all the fields in town, all the properties that we own.
Is that going to be final?
The referendum passed, so, and what we're gonna do, starting actually tonight, we're appointing a consultant to do a comprehensive recreation plan, so that we have a professional outside company coming in. We will put together a steering committee that represents all different groups in town, the sports, the open space, environmental, so that there'll be a lot of opportunity for residents to comment and be part of coming up with this comprehensive recreation plan as to how we use our fields, who's using them, how they're getting funded, how we can prioritize the funding, so that every year we're not making random decisions about what to do with that money. There will be a plan worked out. So that's where we're going with that. What's on the agenda tonight is to reconsider while we're in that process of waiving that fee. So that's what's on our agenda is amending the current ordinance to remove the $55 fee while we're going through this global process. So that's what we're gonna discuss later on, the council will discuss, so.
Any part of that discussion regarding the snack shack and the equipment shed that's up at the polo grounds that went in disrepair?
That'll be part of this whole long-term plan process, is how do we fix that? How do we maintain that? How do we decide which piece we do first or second, or how much can we do in a year? That's what this professional is gonna help us do. So, and hopefully some of you will be on that committee. And there'll also be lots of opportunity for the public to do focus groups and have input into that whole process.
Can I just say one thing? When open space was developed, it was developed for a reason. 1, to purchase, 2, to design, 3, to build, and 4, to maintain.
It's not maintenance. Maintenance is not in there.
Maintain is being used, well, we didn't do that, and I don't understand why. It seems to be the problem, the maintenance. But that's the reason they developed it that way, so that everything was covered. Design, build, maintain, and I forget. Develop. Yeah.
Acquire.
Design, develop, maintain, and whatever.
Acquire.
So those four areas, that's what we should be looking at, and that's what we should be attending to. The maintenance part of it is a big part if you do it right. There's drainage, there's resurfacing of fields, all that. It's all part of not building new, but maintaining, and it can be very costly. So let's try and find out if there's any way we can add the maintenance in. That's a very important part of what we have and what we're going to develop and what we're going to keep the way it should be kept safe.
But if we use, I think the issue here is if we used open space funds, not our open space funds, but if we had matching funds, we can't use that for maintenance.
Okay.
So I think just to clarify, the state open space tax, when it was approved, said that the towns could decide what we wanted to do. When we started out, it was 100% acquisition. That was a restriction beyond the restrictions that the state allowed. The state basically allowed the 4 categories that Joe Rossi highlighted, including maintenance. The state says an open space tax can be used for maintenance. However, our township determined early on, 20 years ago, was going to be acquisition only. Are you shaking your head no, Mayor?
No, I'm just saying it's a borough, not a township.
Sorry.
Everybody does.
Okay, so we were more restrictive than what the state allowed to begin with. We were very restrictive. We said acquisition only. Then it went to 20% for development and 80% for acquisition. Then the most recent referendum said 100% could go to either acquisition, or 100% could go to development, or it could be split anywhere between that 0-100%, one way or the other. That's where we're at today. So in the future, by referendum again, we could decide that maintenance be included, but right now we're not at a point where maintenance can be included. Matching funds, which the Open Space Committee with guidance, I think Peter Birnbaum led the charge, we put together an open space master plan which allowed us to get county matching funds for property that we acquire. So the only thing where we get county matching funds for open space now, in the open space portion of our budget, the only place where we can get county matching funds is if we acquire something. County matching funds are not available for development, and county matching funds are not available for maintenance, which we don't have included in our borough either at this point. So that's just to clarify where we're at today.
Yeah, and actually, although it doesn't apply to the field, to the turf field, Green Acre funds don't allow for maintenance.
One further clarification too, is that many of the things Mr. Rossi mentioned would actually qualify as development, like putting drainage into a field, any kind of capital expense.
That's more development than it is maintenance.
And the councils over the years, for all 3 variations of the public question, discussed maintenance and decided not to do it. But maintenance would be mowing, paper picking, things like that. So I think development is a fairly broad term that would cover any capital kind of expenditure.
Okay.
Heather Wright, 60 Stone Fence Road. So I'm here tonight to implore you to waive the fees for the local youth sports organizations until a comprehensive rec plan is approved. And to be honest, I can't believe that I'm standing here having to beg fellow Democrats to support community programs. I think most of you know that I believe in being an active member of the community. I fought tirelessly to help the open space referendum get passed. And when it comes time, I will fight with the same passion to raise money to fund additional field development. But as it stands, the borough provides only one regulation lacrosse field for 300 girls and boys and 0 fields for youth football and cheerleading. I guarantee in your analysis of other towns and their field fees, you did not find a community with so few resources available to their taxpayers. For this reason, we need you to stand with the 450 boys and girls in this community who need you and waive the fees until there's a new plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a like anecdotal thing about, really quick, like this summer, just for example, like, I know like you think instituting the fees and it's gonna help, like I know like the Board of Ed probably thought, oh, this is great, we're gonna get fees and we don't want them using the fees. So I would drop off my son at football practice, he would go to the lower field. I would do a walk while he was practicing. Over at the other field there, it was soccer being paid for or whatever being used by, but on the town high school field, there was full soccer games going on, but like pickup games. So it was being used every single night, and I'm sure that field will be too if it's not rented officially. What happens is, and which they should do, if you're just, I'm Joe Schmo, I have a little like league that I play with my friends, they come and use it. So our kids weren't using it. They weren't allowed to use it because they weren't paying a fee, but other people were fully using. So it's not like it's not going to be used. It's just that our kids aren't using it. So it's like, who do you want using it? Random strangers? People who bring in $1.4 million a year, or our kids that live in this community? That's, it's not like it's not gonna get used, it's gonna just get used by someone else.
Thank you.
Bob Graham, 84-3 Dryden Road. I'd like, in the context of these discussions, I'd like you to keep in mind the consideration of the recent acquisitions of the Claremont Road, to make sure that as a highest priority, active recreation be considered for the areas closest to the road. There's certainly enough provision space that can be created for a half court field that could alleviate some of the pressure on courts. But whatever you believe, just as long as it's active recreation. There's 30 acres of passive that can be used. There's obviously a lot of overlap, parking, things like that, but whatever, just keep that in mind as part of your design.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Matt Ricardo, I'm on Post Coonhart Road. I just wanted to reiterate what everybody's saying about the field fees. I just feel like it's such a shame that we have to drive out of town to bring our kids to practices and to tournaments. And I just recently, well, my whole life is basically carting my kids back and forth to their sports events, but this weekend happened to have two basketball games at, the middle school. It was fantastic. We're not going anywhere. We're staying in our town, we're going home, we're 2 minutes away. It's really nice. We had to go out to wherever we had to go out to this weekend, but we looked for a restaurant to go to afterwards. If you're driving in town and you're driving out of town, you're gonna find that place. So, as a small business owner, I feel like, we need to find a place to have tournaments and to have games and just people coming in and saying what a nice town and whatnot. I've only lived here for 5 years, but I feel like we're a small community and we're proud to be here because we love our friends and our neighbors and our kids, but there's something missing, and I feel like it's a bigger issue, right? Not just a fee for a field, but keep people here, keep the people that live here at least. Takes stress off of us. I have 3 boys and we're constantly moving around, but it makes sense. And to hear Joe talk is great because he's obviously very, very passionate about it. And these numbers make a lot of sense. I mean, that's crazy. Charge us $1.50 an hour. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. That would be fair, right? But also just with the Snatch Act. I mean, what's there? It's empty. There should be signs. I should be able to put a sign for my business on the, on the field, And I would be proud to do that and pay for it. And I don't know who that money would go to.
Sign them up.
But listen, I'm already supporting the football. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Don Eklund, 20 Boroughs. So I've heard some great commentary on our current present residents, and I think we also think about the future when we make these decisions. Think about the memories we're gonna have. I don't know what I pay in taxes. Candidly, I don't think I'll ever care. I know I care about watching my kids play. Those experiences, those opportunities, fleeting, right? Taking care of these fields, making those opportunities available to every family in the community is crucial, right? $55 doesn't really matter. We need to make the opportunities available. Second, looking at people talking about real estate concerns, right? What do the millennials and Gen Xers want? They want what they don't have currently in the city, right? Opportunities to have the childhood they don't have available in the city that they live in now, right? More space, playing fields, opportunities, walkability, right? Be bold. This is an easy one, but be bold, make bigger decisions, choose things that are gonna make this town more livable, improve quality of life for all the residents, and so that when our kids are looking back 20 years from now, they can say about all the wonderful occasions they had. And we can look at those pictures, those videos, and smile, right? That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I will close the open session and we will move on to items of business.
Can we take 6H out of order since everybody's here and might as well discuss it?
You want to do that? We can do that.
The draft ordinance is what everybody's talking about, we have everybody sitting.
Yeah, right, we can do that. Okay, so since you're all here, thank you, Jeff. We will discuss this now so that you can all get home early. Okay, how's that?
We wanted to stay and be part of this, be part of the government.
Yeah, but, you know,
I know.
I wish we could go home early. Anyway, so this is 6H on the agenda, which is a draft ordinance amending the fees charged for use of the turf field located at the Polo Grounds. And what the draft is removing just the fee for the first line, which was, I think it said $55 for groups that had 80% Bernardsville residents, and it now says $0. Discussion.
Well, the two questions I have, one is, if I read this ordinance right, it's changing the ordinance permanently as opposed to a temporary suspension of it.
We can't temporarily suspend it, right?
Well, you can't
So
temporarily suspend partial.
I talked to Jack earlier today. Jack, you said we could put a moratorium on collecting the fees.
We could, and we did it across the board. When the field first opened, we had all fees were waived for residents and non-residents. And Tom asked today whether we could do it just for local sports entities. I think we probably can. I think I just felt more comfortable because it's got to get county approval.
Right.
And we're not doing it across the board, we're just doing it for, but I'm comfortable with either way. If you prefer to go just a motion. But again, it's subject to county approval. I did reach out to the county Tuesday morning after the last meeting, the county council. He got back to me Thursday and suggested I deal directly with the Parks and Recreation Department. Sent a formal email, which I did on Thursday. I tried to reach out again today, and was unsuccessful. So we don't have an answer from the county yet. And our agreement, we got $700,000 from the county. I'm not going to argue with Joe, so it's worth it. Any money that comes from the state or the county comes with strings. And one of the strings is we can set the fees subject to county approval.
I just think the action, we're talking about changing an ordinance, what was requested tonight by the people who spoke, they asked for temporary relief, a waiving of the fees while we're going through the process, a waive until the plan, meaning the recreation plan, is completed. Those are the requests. So I think that if we put a moratorium on collecting the fees, if we can get the county to agree to it, should be the correct approach. It's also faster because we could approve it tonight, for example.
Yeah, we could do that by resolution, could we not, Jack?
We could, but it's still subject to county approval. So.
Right.
Okay.
Everything we do is subject to county approval. Even if we did the ordinance approach, it would still be subject to county
But
approval.
by the next meeting, hopefully we'll have an answer from the county and the ordinance can be adopted. Like I said, it's up to you all.
But can we arbitrarily just do a moratorium on one piece of the ordinance.
Well, that's my concern.
Right.
You know, if we were across the board, I'd say just do a motion tonight.
Because we
waiving all
don't
fees.
wanna waive the fees for some of the outside, well,
Language when it was going, it said just you can do your own rules and they just can't unreasonably withhold approval. They have to approve it. I was working with Mike at the time, Sullivan. It was like, they have to approve the structure of the fees. It wasn't like you could come up with any structure really, so.
I mean, I don't see a problem with amending the ordinance because we can always re-amend it if we decide later to put the fee back.
It's certainly a simple ordinance, as you can see.
I think there's gonna be a amendment that happens once we get this plan together anyway. Because, look, I mean, I believe that there are structural changes that we need to make sure that things are fiscally solvent going forward. It probably is gonna mean redressing everything, so we're gonna have to redress this
Right, but
in 8 months.
it's always harder to establish a fee than it is to remove one. So I don't see why we don't just say, okay, we've been asked to grant temporary relief. We can do that. If the county comes back and says, no, you can't do that, then we'll reconsider it.
But then you've already lost, you know, I mean, this takes 2 meetings if we do it this way.
Right,
If you
but
wait for the.
it's February, not.
Yeah, but I think it goes to a
it's time
larger,
emergency.
I think it goes to a larger point, which I think the last gentleman that was here said, we need to think overall for the long term of our community. And I don't think that from that standpoint, putting in fees for our children to play sports anywhere in the town is reasonable. So, I mean, I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
So are we gonna do
These
away
are
with fees
assets
for the
for our
swim team?
whole, exactly.
Well, that's
No, but I mean, yeah, but exactly, I mean, but it could be for the parks,
But you're
like
setting a
somebody said
precedent,
too.
so we gotta be careful.
Yeah, you're also setting a precedent that, okay, I mean, somebody said the same thing. You're gonna charge to go play on the new Kiwanis Park? But my kids don't play on it because I don't live on that side of town and that's not where I go. I go to Harry Dunham instead because that's closer to my house. I'll pay Harry Dunham to go to the park. I mean, who's gonna pay for the pool replacement when it comes up? It just doesn't make any fiscal community sense.
So you agree that the pool should also be free?
No, I'm not saying it should be free, there's
To swim
maintenance.
team members.
No, there's maintenance and there's fees that go along with it. The football teams and lacrosse teams don't not pay any fees, it's to run the program. But it's about replacement of a specific asset in town that we don't charge anywhere else.
Right.
So
We don't charge the pool members to
we were
replace the
talking about
pool.
we were talking about the fees, the membership fees for the pool.
That's to maintain the pool every year,
Right,
that's
it's
not
not
to
to
replace
replace
it
it,
for
right.
$1
Well, those
million
are
or
things that you
$2.
replace, you have to replace liners every so often, things like that.
That's maintenance.
Yeah.
That's like cutting the grass.
And it's the same thing,
I
you
think
don't
we're
charge.
parsing
Yeah,
terms here.
I think there's two lines of revenue, right? There's a revenue that costs to run something, whether it's to run the pool or to run a lacrosse program or to run a baseball program. That has to happen. But then there's also sort of this capital improvement piece, which I think we need to take a fair and even hand to across the entire borough.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about this a little bit. I mean, whether we talk about the pool, whether it's a pool or it's a turf field or it's Kiwanis or it's Evan Cow, there needs to be the same principles that we apply across the board. And for me, we've done a lot of investigation. I have this week. We're a long way from getting an answer to that.
Mm-hmm.
So whether it's a suspension or a change in ordinance, I strongly support that we need to not just do this for now. We need to make the right choice and we need to make a good choice. And I think we can do that soon. I think what we're gonna do this afternoon or this evening, it's almost 9 o'clock by the time we get done, we'll take a big step in that direction.
And I think that's an important point, that we are engaging now in moving forward with with a master plan, with a consultant. We've been asked to grant temporary relief. Then I see a suspension of the ordinance as the way to go, rather than changing the ordinance and then potentially having to change it back again.
I mean, to me, if I'm a half dozen either way.
We're accomplishing the same goal,
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
a process thing.
And you know, the county's involvement is the same, whether we do it by ordinance or whether we do it by resolution. We could adopt a resolution right now to waive the fees this year.
So if we adopt the resolution and then we send it to the county, there's always the option, they'll say, come back and say, no, change the ordinance, and then we'll change the ordinance. Is that kind of what'll happen?
Well,
Could
no,
happen.
the rejection is not based on whether we did it by resolution or ordinance. That's
We
not
don't
why
know
they.
that.
Well, let me just ask the question I wanted to ask, please. So the county wouldn't be rejecting it on the basis that we used a resolution to make the change or whether we used an ordinance to make the change. The county would be saying that you chose a fee structure that's not equitable based on the county's involvement in the field.
The agreement provides that we should set fees by ordinance, but I agree, for a moratorium, we could do it by resolution.
I mean, isn't there a risk, in fact, isn't there potentially a greater risk that if we pass this amended ordinance, which says $0 for Bernardsville, but $80 for non-Bernardsville, they're gonna say that's not equitable, they'll shoot that down.
Well, the substance would be the same if we do a resolution.
Right.
So they'll take down on the merits of it, not whether it's an ordinance or resolution.
That's exactly my point. They're gonna shoot it down based on the merit, not on whether we did it by resolution or we did it by ordinance. So I think we should do it by resolution.
But if we do it by resolution, then it's annual, and then we have to do this every year?
We're
Until the
planning
rec
to,
plan is done?
well, first of all, the rec plan is supposed to be done in a matter of months, and
No,
we're
9 to
talking about
11.
revisiting it
It's
anyway.
not 9 to 11
Let me
months,
just,
that's a
one
year
more
from
thing,
now.
Jack, it might be possible that, yes, they would say a resolution isn't good enough because the agreement says it's to be done by ordinance. So the worst case scenario is they'll come back and say, do it by ordinance, and then we do it by ordinance, right?
Right.
So we could just do the resolution now, and then if they don't like that, we could do the ordinance later.
Correct.
Okay.
Mary Jane, is it possible to ask, I mean, we have folks from the so does it matter? As long, so I think, I think.
We're not having a public session
We're
now.
not, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I think if we pass the ordinance, if we move the ordinance tonight for hearing for next meeting.
Right.
And we get information back, we could do a resolution or an ordinance at the next meeting.
Well, no, we'd have to introduce the ordinance tonight.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right, that's what I wanna say, we move forward with introducing the ordinance tonight and do a resolution at the next meeting
Well,
if
the
that's.
next meeting, you'd have the public hearing.
Right.
For this.
Right.
Right.
If we need it.
The public
If it's
hearing, and
allowed.
then you'd vote on it.
I see what Ken is saying. I mean, if you
Yeah, thank
introduce the ordinance tonight, at the next meeting, you can decide to do it by ordinance, to finally adopt it, or by resolution. But I don't think it hurts to introduce the ordinance tonight, because it's before the county.
And then in the
And if they
meantime,
approve it-
right, we
if
might
they
get an
approve
answer.
The reduction of the fees for local organizations, then you can decide how you wish to do it. But we'll have the approval of the merits of the reduction.
And my only concern with that, and look, I know speed should not be the reason why you make a good or bad decision, but I'm applying the same logic to the pool fees. I don't have the ability to comment on what, not to change the topic, on what the pool fees could be, because that's what they determine they are as of now. We have to have a new structure. I know that other organizations have to plan on what their fall fees are gonna be, so they can start publishing those things. So I want to create some predictability and some certainty for the organizations, whether it's in our rec department or it's in our outside organizations, of what they're going to have to do for the remainder of the year.
And not only this year, but future years as well.
See, for me, I think future years, we have a long way down the path to go. Understand exactly how the way that we need to structure this borough. So that way in 10 years, we're not sitting here in the same place with Mr. Rossi and others saying, well, what did we do wrong? We need to be in a better place in 10 years than we are now, with fiscal reserves and a plan to keep things going in the right direction.
Yeah.
And that's my personal charge as we're going through this process.
I also say the testimony tonight and on the 27th of January was to ask for temporary relief, a waiver of the fees for this year. That was what was requested. It was said again and again tonight. It was said on January 27th. I say we grant the waiver for the fees. That's what's been asked for. We should do it.
I just think an important part of this picture was brought up by a couple of the coaches, and it is that they're bearing the burden of a lot of the administrative, and they're doing all the work, and they're all volunteers.
Mm-hmm.
So we as a recreation department, at some point, maybe we should consider taking that on and having rec programs like other towns have. In other words, let the football be a rec program that every kid signs up through town, just like they do through basketball.
Yeah, and you have asked that as a possibility, yes? I believe you did, yeah. You're open to that.
I did, just because it was one of the things that the Board of Education said, if you were part of the rec program,
Yes.
we would not charge you.
Exactly.
But I said, you would not be able to handle 120 football players and their equipment and do all the administrative and all the paperwork with
two people in the rec department.
In my personal, look, I don't believe that we should distinguish between a rec-run basketball program and a locally run football program. It's fundamentally the same thing.
But most towns
I think if we do that, if we do that, if we do that, the one thing that we have for a rec program is we have visibility into the financials of the rec programs that we run, the basketball program, the wrestling program. We see those financials. For outside organizations, we have no visibility into their financials. Now, we could ask for that, and if that was part of the agreement that, okay, well, we're going to not charge these programs, but yet their financials are open to audit, then maybe that's something that we should consider as an alternative, and the teams can decide what they want to do.
And I think, look, not to, we have a systemic problem that's in the process of getting fixed, where I think we need to run that section of our borough better. And I think until we run that section of our borough better, it's going to be very hard to load more on.
Right.
So that's why right now, as we're sitting, I can't distinguish between the two, because I know many of the decisions to not be part of rec is because rec was not running their programs properly, or could not run.
Well, that was also a very long time ago, and.
I don't like to do two things at once.
I don't either.
So that's why I'm opposed to the idea of having a resolution and making the first reading of a draft ordinance. So, you know, I think the worst case scenario is if we pass an ordinance tonight and we grant immediate relief, and then the county on Thursday comes back and says no, the worst that we've lost 2 weeks, that's all. And we've got a lot of clarity, as a matter of fact, in terms of what we need to do and what are our constraints on what we can do.
Well, we weren't gonna do both tonight, we were gonna do.
Well, that was one of the suggestions.
That was one of my suggestions.
Oh, I think what,
Jack agreed.
what Jack said is introduce the ordinance, and then if.
At the next meeting.
You can do
You could do
either or.
Next week we could do either
a
or,
resolution if you prefer that.
depending on how the county gets back to us.
Yes.
And
So we
if
can
it,
vote for both.
Yeah,
Wait,
I just,
tonight
No,
you
no,
have
no,
the
no.
Introduction of the ordinance.
Tonight
At
you would
the next
introduce the
meeting,
ordinance, right.
You have the option of either one.
The next meeting would be the option, the resolution or the ordinance.
Right.
And I mean, I just am personally against the resolution, because I hear you, Tom, on the temporary and waiving and all that stuff. But we have plans that are in front of us that they came and presented that are 9 months and 11 months away. So, I mean, we're looking at February 2020. We'd have all these people back here in a room again. We'd have to put it on resolution again to waive the fees again, if it's an annual thing. Or do we say they're waived until the plan is out, and then we determine?
well, we waived them once before. I don't think there's a problem with that. If we had to, we would.
No, but for how long? Is it an annual thing where we have to have everybody back begging for
We
the
could
waive
say
of fees until the
further
plan is
notice.
done?
Well, I think until we get our master plan of recreation and we know what we're doing,
Yeah,
yes, the answer to the question is yes.
I
It
agree
may
with
be
that, but
annual.
but annually, I mean, come
I
on.
think that's a potential.
Can we set a date until
It's
the
a waste
end
of all of our time, the budget,
I don't think it's a waste of time. I think
the
it
council
would-
should be focused on the bigger, bolder things that the gentleman said too, and we need to just get this done and over with.
I prefer not to see an open-ended resolution because it gets lost. You know, 3 years from now, people will wonder what happened.
Well, it's not open-ended, it's for 1 year.
Well,
Somebody was talking about until the study is done.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not saying that, I'm saying we do this, we need time to sort through this and all the other issues that relate to recreation and fields and maintenance and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You know, let's grant the
So
immediate
in the
relief so they can
meantime,
plan, and then we move on.
I think that's what was asked for. That's what it sounds like. This council's willing to grant a waiver. That's what they've been asking for. I think we should grant the waiver, and we should take into account what you're saying and the bigger picture. I think the bigger picture questions go with what Chad's saying. What's fiscally manageable, so that 10 years down the road we don't have a problem that some future council has to deal with. I mean, those issues are part of the master plan, the master rec plan rather. I think there's other issues. We asked for certain data to come back to us for the, if we're going to change the ordinance in perpetuity, then I think that I would ask for a little more data before we did that. So I support waiving it for the year. If that's what has been asked for, let's do it.
But if you do that tonight, they can't rely on it because we're still awaiting county.
Right.
Well, they can't rely on it.
But we still have the option of, if we do a resolution tonight and waive it, and the county comes back and says no, or you really need to do an ordinance, we can do that at the next meeting. Right?
But if the county's opposed to it on the merits, then the resolution is void.
Right.
Ab initio.
so these folks won't have an answer
That's right, you're not gonna.
right away.
I'm sorry, but if the county is against it on merit, you said, doesn't that, and we talked about, and I'm trying to clarify for myself, because I'm confused. If they're against it on merit for a resolution, then they're against it on merit for an ordinance change.
But what I'm saying is if you adopt a resolution tonight, the teams can't rely on that resolution until we hear back from the county.
Right.
Nor could they if it was by ordinance.
No, either.
Neither way, there's no difference.
Like I said, it's up to you guys how you do it. Either way is fine.
The other thing I think we also need to be careful of, because I think our taxpayers in this town, if we don't schedule every single hour of that time, let's say that we go and we just waive all fees for everybody, or the county says you can't charge one group 0, another group 80. I don't know what they would say that. It doesn't sound like from the earlier input that would be the case. But we also don't want teams to just come in and use our taxpayer funded fields and pay us nothing when they're just to the benefit of, people who don't pay taxes into the funds either. So I think we need some fee structure that protects the taxpayers as well.
Outside organizations.
Yes, the outside organizations that are less than 80%, residents, or if they're for-profit organizations, there's a fee structure there. What we don't want to do is, throw the baby out with the bathwater in the sense that, we've passed something or pursue something that's a strategy that doesn't allow us to make sure that these outside organizations that aren't taxpayers for our borough are getting free field use at the same time.
All we're asking is to waive the $55.
The corollary to that is you control the use of the fields. So if they're used all the time
by borough
organizations, then
Yes.
outsiders don't have the right to
Yeah.
use it.
That's correct. So the way you can prevent that is by always being on the field.
Yes,
It's just
exactly.
that I don't know how. I don't know if that's 100% practical. That's all.
To that point, look, everybody knows I'm a baseball guy, so I don't really go up that way. I actually took the time this weekend to just go walk around there. There are a lot more fields than I've ever known we had, and I don't even think we begin to use them properly. So to your point, there's probably a plan that could be implemented that not only better uses the fields, but maybe offers grass fields to Berna to use for a fee too, at a lesser fee, right? So there may be other things, and I'm not saying that that's what I want to do. I'm saying that there might be other capitalization ideas that we can come up with as we go through this plan to create a better long-term solution.
Right. So are we at the point where we're okay with a resolution tonight to waive the fee for the Bernardsville people, the $55, and then wait for the county's decision?
Yes,
Is
I'll
that-
do that.
But my only question is duration of the resolution. Is that until the plan's done? Is it for the end of the year?
It's for a year, I
We
guess.
should say
For a year?
1 year.
For a year.
Can we, so we don't have to make this sticky? Can we say look, so where are we now? What's today's date?
February 10th.
February. Okay, because what I don't want it to do is like come up in the middle of a sports season.
Why don't we put it on next year's reorg? That way it won't get lost.
Right. Yeah, that's a good idea. So it'll be in the first meeting in January that we'll revisit.
Or we'll revisit before if we have the information that
Yes,
we
exactly.
have,
Right.
to revisit early.
But if we do it a year from
Yeah,
now-
I don't think we want to link it to when the rec plan. Once the rec plan's done in September, then suddenly the fees come back in. We should.
no,
The
I-
resolution will be through the end of the year.
No, well,
Yeah,
till we reorganize in January.
I think so.
Yes,
And
so
I think,
can we
yes.
put that in the wording, that it's until reorganization?
Yes.
Okay.
Be it resolved subject to county approval that the turf field usage fees are waived for
For groups with 80% or more.
That's in the, we can take the language of the ordinance and just make it a resolution.
Well, basically, it's like we're just
that's
waiving it
Jack's
as
job.
opposed to
Yeah.
reducing it, we're waiving it through reorganization 2021.
Right.
So
Okay.
does that need to be written down, or we can vote on that now?
A motion has the same legal effect.
Yeah.
So I
Motion's
moved it.
just observable.
So we had it moved. Do we have a
I
second?
second.
Okay. Voice
moved
vote
it.
good enough or?
Sorry, I have one more thing to say, just to go on record, because we have larger issues in this town other than rec. And I realize we're tackling this one now, it's an immediate thing to get this rec plan going and everything else. But it's a larger issue that we have to start setting capital aside for things that need to be replaced and done across the board. Roads, swimming pool, whatever it is included. So in order to, the larger point about the community and setting a precedent that our town assets are not charged, why charge for only this one asset? It makes no sense. And to think that we would actually go back to doing this in the future is a fundamental concern of mine, that our residents already paid for this field, and then we're asking them to pay for it again. And only 450 families that were mentioned by someone. It just fundamentally doesn't sit right with me, and I don't know how in the future doing a resolution now is going to change that position for anyone that's sitting up here on council.
Again, I'll argue that we do charge for other assets, the pool namely being a big one.
No, you're not getting the point.
But that's, what you're doing is making an argument for a resolution, because we can do the resolution tonight. If we do an ordinance, then at the next meeting, there'll be a public hearing, and people who are not in favor of football, there might be some people who don't, they don't care about fields, and they could come and argue that, why am I doing this? So, you're subject to amendments on an ordinance. This we can just pass.
No, I hear what you're saying, I agree, I think it's,
I just wanted to state that.
It makes me uncomfortable that we're charging our kids to play on their own fields. But that being said, I think this at least deals with the current problem in front of us until we can address the whole issue across the whole range of recreation and open space facilities, so
It does,
I
but
understand.
I guess my last concern that I will express is that next year on January 2nd, we're also gonna have different council members here. And so again, we're going to ask all of our teams, all of the people in favor of it or whatever, to come back again and say the same things that they said now, to continue to fight for the kids in our town. I mean, it's taking up time for everyone, including us. I don't know how many emails and discussions and things like that everybody on council has had. But again, we have larger issues in our town than charging $55 an hour for teams that are already paying the taxes.
Okay. You good? All right. I think we should do a roll call. Yes?
Have we moved in second?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I started
Yeah,
talking again.
Jeff moved it and,
Chad seconded.
oh, Chad seconded, okay. So should we do a roll call? I think that's probably better.
Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Ms. McCready,
Yes.
Mr. McQueen,
Yes.
Mr. O'Day,
Yes.
Ms. Zamara.
Yes.
Okay. First step, we'll wait to hear from the county. We'll let you know when we get an answer from them. If they approve it, then you can make your plans based on
Mayor,
it.
may I say one thing? I know it's not public session.
Go ahead.
I just want to say thank you on behalf of all the organizations that spoke today, and also anything the council needs, any information you need, please reach out to us. We will make ourselves available morning, night, afternoon, weekends, anything you need, and we're making our plans too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gina, if you want to have the same council, feel free to vote for the incumbents.
He said if you want to have the same council next year, vote for the incumbents.
Oh, I didn't even know who was running.
Tom, sometimes the devil you know is a really good devil.
That's right.
I believe that wholeheartedly.
Okay.
What are you doing?
And we just voted for a resolution.
They were just standing outside. I was just shaking my hand and walking out. I'm like, wow, what a nice.
We passed a resolution to waive the fees for a year.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Okay, so now we are back to ordinance 2020-1831. We are having, we're not having a public hearing, right?
The planning board hasn't met, so.
Right, so we are then continuing the public hearing for till the 24th. The planning board is meeting this week, yes?
Right.
Will they be addressing it then?
Yes.
Okay.
Does something change? Why is, I thought the planning board sent this to us.
They did, but technically we're supposed to go between introduction.
Mayor?
Public hearing.
Oh, it's supposed to go back again?
I think the resident is here.
So it went to us, went to them,
Yes.
they came back to us, then went back to them, now it's coming back to us.
They haven't considered this ordinance in this form.
Oh, because of the changes that were
They
made.
didn't even consider it before the change.
Oh, they hadn't? Okay, I thought they had.
No, Frank Matola looked at it and said it's missing some of the lots.
Right, and so we put the lots back in last time, but they haven't met since then. Got it, okay.
So it says is more of a technicality, because I mean, they did look at the conceptual stuff.
I agree, but in case the zoning ordinances are.
Understood. Okay, I was a little confused because they did look at this. Yeah.
Yeah, it does say public hearing, but now we have to continue it because the planning board hasn't, what happened is the first version, there were.
They added some lots, yeah.
They added lots, so the planning board has to then go back and just check it off again, and then it'll come back to us on the 24th. Sorry for, it got longer.
Councilwoman Zamar has a question.
Yes.
Well, Jack said she could be heard tonight if she wants to.
Oh, well, if you want to speak about it, you can speak about it.
Anybody who came tonight, we should
Fine,
have.
I just was more interested in other people and potentially responding to what concerns.
Okay, does anybody, I'm sorry, so we can still have the public hearing now? Yes?
You can, yes.
So if anyone would like to be heard on this ordinance, which is rezoning, lots 13, 14, and 15 in block 113, and lots 15, 16, and 1.01 in block 114 from R4 to R5, and amending Article 12 entitled Zoning of the Borough Land Development Code. So does anyone want to be heard on that tonight? I guess not.
Tonight you just continue the public hearing.
So we will continue it, yes.
I just want to check, Anthony, you did send a letter to all of the properties within, what is it, 100?
200 feet.
200 feet
Plus the
of
subject
where
property.
where the old line was, where the new line is, or with 200 feet
We
of
did not
both?
send on the first version. Everything was held in advance. So the
Okay, so
lots are
when were the letters sent, and who received the letters?
The letters were sent right after that ordinance was introduced. Actually, it was later that week, so I think Thursday or Friday of that week.
So it would have been late January.
It would have been late January. It had the notice of public hearing and the ordinance itself and the distribution list of everyone who got it. So
Within
there's
200 feet of what?
Of those, I think 11 properties.
Of those
each block and
properties.
lot, yeah, the 200 feet is surrounding all those.
Okay,
200,
so
yeah,
all those letters
11
went out.
properties.
I just want to make sure everybody
Yeah.
got notice of
Yeah.
what we were doing.
Yeah, I actually got two letters. I got one
It was
certified
supposed to
and
be
one.
right. It was, yeah, that's right. It was sent certified and regular mail.
Right.
That's right.
Same letter.
Yes.
It's the same rule that applies to
Yeah.
applications before the court.
It's my neighborhood.
Understood. I just want to make sure it happened. That's what I was asking.
Anthony has to certify that as part of the.
Right.
Okay.
Should I send a courtesy notice that it's going to be continued to the 24th?
You can send that regular mail.
Just regular mail, just
Yeah.
as one, small
That's a-
paragraph saying it's this.
That's a
so everyone's
courtesy.
on the same page
It's
and knows it's going to be on.
But please do that,
24th,
because
yeah.
we wanna make sure everybody has a chance
Yeah.
to speak up.
I'll get that out.
So you didn't want to speak about it?
No, not tonight, I'll come back on the 24th then, because.
We now have, resolutions 2045 through.
Don't we have to move to continue this one?
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't do that, yes, who would like to move it? Who's,
It's me.
zoning, yeah, go ahead.
I move to continue ordinance 2020-1831. Do I have to read the whole thing, or is that enough? It's a long mouthful.
Just say
yet,
to
right?
continue.
To be continued, an ordinance rezoning lots 13, 14, and 15 in blocks 113 and lot 15, 16, and 1.01 in block 114 from R4 to R5. And then the Article 12 entitling zoning of the Borough Land Development Code.
Would read the rest of it, be continued.
To be continued to a meeting beginning at 7 p.m. on Monday, February 24th, 2020, as planning board recommendation of said ordinance are being waived.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Okay, now we have resolutions 2045 to 2059. Are there any, for discussion or to be pulled off the consent agenda?
I'd like to discuss 2046 and 2057
Okay.
separately.
2057.
And I'd like to just make a comment on 2056.
I'd like to ask a question about 2050.
Oh, okay. So why don't we discuss those first?
So I'll just make a comment that we don't need to pull 2056.
No, I mean, we'll just discuss the ones that people had questions on before we, and so that if they can be resolved, we can move the whole thing. So we'll start with 2046. Jeff, you pulled that?
Yeah, was this the pool fees, and I couldn't tell whether this was substantially changed from the one that was previous they introduced to us? Has there been any modification since the last meeting when these were forwarded, these fees?
Jeff, to my understanding, no.
And was there any consideration, because we did talk about.
They haven't met yet. Rec committee hasn't met.
They meet tomorrow,
Rec's meeting
actually.
tomorrow, and there was no special meeting called.
What they did was, provided a lot of
Justification.
background information, some that Chad requested. I think everybody got those emails to explain some of the cost issues, and we just got an email from Al. Do you have that, Schaffler?
It was Ted.
I didn't see that.
Oh, was it Ted? Yeah, just.
Oh, sorry,
Because
no,
I
Al.
also wanted to know whether there was any consideration of some of the things we talked about, for example, after 5 PM membership or a one-day pass. I checked with Mine Brook Pool, which is a county pool. 90% of those people who go there are on one-day passes. They're financially doing very well on one-day passes. So have we looked at other mechanisms or additional mechanisms to our fee structure that will make our pool more vibrant?
I think where we are right now is because we are so close to them having to send out their brochures and get everything done, and with Cheryl, retirement coming up, that it really, to start to go back and do that now, we just can't.
Okay, so if we were to approve this fee structure, there's nothing that would prohibit them to add additional types of fees, would there be?
No, they could certainly do that,
If they
but,
wanted it, that's a good
yeah.
idea.
Okay, so.
But they'd have to come back by resolution, yes?
But that's okay,
Yes.
I mean, if after study, they say, you know what, after 5 PM membership makes sense, we're gonna add that on. Would they come back and say, no, we can't do that because people might have bought full memberships and they would have otherwise bought an evening one, and,
That's not a legal question.
huh?
That's not a legal question.
No,
Yeah, they
but-
could.
I look to you for everything, Jack.
I will say this question did come up in the rec committee in January, and the response was that they've looked into it and it was cost prohibitive to implement, from what I recall. Now, we don't have any members of the rec committee here, but that's what I
Well,
recall.
the Madison pool does it.
I
I mean, I've looked at other
completely
pools,
understand,
they-
and I'm all
Right.
for it too, Jeff. I would
I don't
totally
quite
agree.
understand the answer
So,
though, because it
yeah.
doesn't drive our costs up in any way. It might drive our revenues down. It sounds like.
Well, they said that somebody has to be there.
this is too much detail for us as a council to be discussing. I mean, it really, we're not, it's not up to us to set those fees, it's the recreation committee to do it. They can make recommendations, we can send back and say not acceptable, we want more information, but I don't wanna waste everybody's time debating what kind of programs we could and couldn't do.
I can bring it back to the rec committee.
Okay,
Their
well then
meeting is
I would
tomorrow.
say the last time that this was brought to us, we asked for data for this, and we asked for data, I think
We
was,
could get it.
the data that we asked for was, show me the amount that the costs are increasing by, and how you apportioned it to each of the programs, because the percentage increase, it wasn't consistent across the board, and I was told that some of it was round numbers, and now it's coming back to same numbers, same round numbers, and I don't recall seeing any data that was sent to us, which talked about the difference in what the costs are going to be in 2020 versus 2019, and how that was apportioned across the programs.
I thought they gave us that, didn't we get those spreadsheets?
We got a lot of things.
It wasn't that.
My analysis was what we got wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
And the unfortunate reality is I can't fix, or we can't collectively fix through guidance, not good enough in time for them to get the fee structures out. So I think we need to define as a council what good enough is, and send it back to the rec committee and that department to create a fee structure and plan that satisfies what we want.
So sorry, I talked with some members of rec today and was sent the list of what we were asking for, but I got it after this meeting started. So, I mean, I can tell you what they're projecting based on the 2019 and 2020. So they did send a portion, but what Tom said is true, it was not complete. They were missing 2 columns in the field, in the document. And so right now they're projecting with these increases and with the increase in the salary and wages, as we talked about last time, that net they're predicting they would still lose almost $27,000 next year.
From the pool.
From the pool and the rec combined increases.
So we really need to break those apart. We need to know which one is are they both losing money, or is one supporting the other and insufficiently so?
Yeah, I mean, they're both losing money in the end.
So what is it?
I mean, that's what
in the
the-
aggregate, but I mean, we need to know where to stop the
Does
hemorrhage.
it say
I
where
think
it's
that's where
coming
the
from?
definition of what
There-
we're expecting needs to come, and I think we need to get to some resolution on that, and then let the expectations be known, and then move from there backwards.
Yeah,
Can we be very specific as to what data it is we want from them before we make
Well,
this
I
decision?
mean, now I have it, I can send it to everybody, but I don't know if you guys wanna just continue this anyway, cause we got it after the meeting started.
So what's the drop dead date that they need to get their brochures out?
I think they do it in March, don't they?
Yes, March 1st, I believe. Because fees begin to come in towards the end of March.
I don't even know, there's usually an early cutoff for the pool too.
It's on this
So,
list.
I don't think we're gonna solve this before that.
April 30th.
Well, so our choices are to vote for this tonight based on the set of data that's in front of us. Or carry it to the next meeting, but then puts us with our backs up against the wall in terms of timing to make sure that they have a decision soon enough to be able to print
I don't
everything.
think we're gonna have, I don't think we're gonna have a better solution by the next meeting. I think we're.
Maybe not, but we
we're
might have some
along the way.
information. We had the same discussion last year at this time.
Well, I think if we do this, just to get the things, doesn't prevent us from augmenting the pool schedule as,
Right.
as you have time to do it. The other ones might be too late, but also we're looking at this, of this year, we're looking at the whole picture, in the next few months, so I think we.
Well, my bigger concern, John, was along the lines of it was presented to us that we're raising the fees to cover the cost of increases as it relates to lifeguards. That was the justification for increasing the fees. But if the fees are going up more than the increase in the cost of lifeguards, then I would question, well, what are we exactly raising the fees for? We're raising it for more than just lifeguards. Okay, well then what else are we raising it for? And that's what I don't think was explained to us, even in the data that you were referencing here.
Is that not in there?
It's not, I don't think we're clearly showing, well, here's how much our costs are going up from one year to the next, and it's due to these three things. Lifeguards, maybe there's 2 or 3 other things, right? Then you take that number, let's call it $15,000, and you apportion it across the different programs that are using those increased services. Now, have we raised the fees in line with the costs going up? That what I heard last meeting, and what the data has not proven, in my mind, is that the increases are directly linked to these types of things. Now, maybe this is the best approach we can do, given the data that we have. Maybe that's the best we can do. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but I don't think the question that was asked last meeting was answered.
I concur.
Yeah. I agree as well, it's just, but we do have some information here now that's additional, but again, it came in after 7 o'clock, after the meeting started, so
Well,
it
you
didn't go
have
to everybody.
a meeting tomorrow. Do we wanna wait till next, wait 2 more weeks?
I do, because otherwise, we essentially become an enabler. It just goes on and on, and, it's, we need to send a message, that we need to have this run on a business footing.
So what?
As long as we're not blowing up the programs, I say we can wait for the data. We
have-
asked for the data.
I heard that we have until the middle of March roughly, so we have
Well-
at least another meeting, maybe 2.
No, I think March 1st, you said.
Well, there's time to get these things printed and get out to people and then get the information back.
So what is it we would like
I
Gina?
think that, sorry, Mayor, I think Cheryl told me that it's at least 2 weeks to get these things printed and then get it out before the end of March.
So what is it we want Gina to take back to the committee tomorrow? What's the specific data we are asking for?
How you calculated the increase and how that relates to the increase in costs.
Okay.
So in other words, there's an increase of this many dollars,
Right.
that when you portion it over the projected number of people who are
What's it
gonna
covering?
sign up, 465 people or whatever, I think it was, 400's range, that justifies the $19 or whatever increase that we're proposing.
And
I just wanna make sure we're not increasing it more than we need to, that's the key.
Exactly.
We're definitely, I mean, according to this data, we're not doing that. We're
Well,
gonna continue to lose
No,
money. but-
so all that shows is, let's say we lost $100,000 last year, right? But the cost only went up by 15 grand. We don't have to cover the entire 100,000 that we lost.
Right.
That's more to Chad's point.
Right.
That's more a structural issue that we
Yeah,
have
yeah.
with
Right.
the program.
Yep.
Maybe it's more about membership.
Yeah.
So we don't have to ask all current members to make up the deficit. If the
Right.
deficit is, so I want the increase in the membership fees to be related to increased costs, not turning it from a program that's in the red to a program that's in the black
Yeah.
in a
Right.
single year.
Yep, no, and I agree, and
That's
that's
fair.
what this is showing. I would agree with that, but this is showing total expenses were X amount, total expenses in 2020 are going to
Projected
increase.
to be, yeah.
And increase.
Okay, and then just correlating that to the increase in the fees, that's the other
That's-
step.
Right, exactly, and that's
Okay.
what's kind of missing. They
Right.
did send individually the lifeguards and how many, and the camp
Right.
counselors and how many, but the two things didn't
Coordinate.
come together, and it's still not together technically.
Okay.
Part of this time, not to go, I think we need to talk about accounting principles. I know you're chair of the finance committee. Because that question should not be a hard one to answer.
I'd also like to know that they've fully explored other sources of revenue. You know, we've talked about the cost side, we wanna look at the revenue side, so there's been a lot of suggestions, that have been made, and the explanations that we sometimes get is, well, it's too complicated, it's too hard, we can't do it. I don't accept those answers. Other people are doing it, we should find out how they're doing it, and we can replicate that. It's not that hard. And if it brings in more members, then that solves a lot of our problems.
Right.
I agree.
Okay, so let's take that off. We will not vote on that tonight. And now we're up to the 4 fire hydrants. Gina, you had a question on that?
I was wondering what they cost. I remember, Glenn, you said in last meeting it was fleeting about something else, but
I don't know what the cost was per unit per year, but that was actually the minimum that I felt that we could add to provide minimum protection with the line being installed where it is. So basically, we put one at the top of Charlotte Hill, one at Pill Hill, one at the Pill Hill side, or the Meeker side of 202, and one at the end of the run heading towards Rippling Road. So, I mean.
Is this a new water line?
This is a water line that's being extended from Wisteria Way, which is the Bernardsville, Burns Township border, down Meeker Road, across 202, and feeding the Twin Lakes development.
So we pay for the fire hydrants, yes?
We only pay a maintenance fee each year per hydrant, and we have about 180 hydrants in town right now.
Okay, so this is
We
the
only have
informal one.
roughly 20% of our town covered by hydrants,
Yeah.
if that. And so that's why we were looking for 4 more.
And what percentage does it take from 20% by adding the 4? 40, 30? Is there a number?
What?
You said that only 20% of our town is covered by fire hydrants.
Yeah, and this is really not gonna, this may add another 1%, if that.
We're not fixing the problem, we're just.
Oh, no.
So what would be the situation? I mean, it doesn't sound like it makes much of a difference, but what would be the situation if we didn't add fire hydrants at these locations?
I'll take a resident on Clark Road who called me this week, her insurance without the.
Oh, I
fire
see. Okay,
department
yes. Okay.
intervening went up $11,000 in
Wow.
1 year for homeowners insurance.
11,000.
11,000 in 1 year, yes.
But I don't understand, because we removed a fire hydrant?
No,
Why would-
because there are no fire hydrants.
And they just changed their criteria, this insurance company?
So what happened is the insurance companies are changing their criterias, and it requires what's called ISO ratings, which we actually have a very good ISO rating for not having water supply. That's why we have cisterns throughout this town that the town maintains for firefighting purposes. That's underground water tanks. That's why we have a tender. That's why the town purchased a CAFS engine the last go around, because that multiplies the gallons of water being brought to the front door of residents by 7 times using that chemical agent in the water. And because of that, we're actually able to write fire plans for these residents that actually reduce their insurance costs, because of the way that the town has prepared and the type of apparatus that we have. And that's where, in certain instances, we're required to have more than another town might need apparatus hose because of that insurance situation. I mean, you take a resident that's paying $50,000 in taxes and then add another $11,000 increase in insurance costs, and they're not happy people. So that's you know, it has a much bigger impact than people believe. Insurance companies use a 1,000-foot rule,
meaning they want a fire hydrant within 1,000 feet of every residence or a water source. We're at a point with the insurance companies where we can prove that static water source such as ponds, pools, cisterns should be the same to us as a hydrant. So we're actually very fortunate that we were part of setting that standard with Chubb 30 years ago.
Okay.
So
Is
but
there-
that's
Thank
what,
you.
any place we can get a hydrant, it's always better to get it so that we do show growth in some form or fashion, that we are looking towards protection of the residents.
And so we don't pay a fee for the actual hydrant, it's just the maintenance then?
Just
Okay,
maintenance
got it.
per year.
Thank you.
Okay.
What numbers, ordinances do we have for questioning? Sorry, I just
That
wanted to
was
make sure.
2050, and then the next is 2057.
Is that the last one?
Yeah.
Okay, can we add 58 and 59? Sorry. I
Okay.
just have one addition, minor, and then a
Yeah.
question on 59.
All right, so
think it's
2057 is the professional services contract with Branstetter Carroll, and I know several of you asked about the extra $6,000 if we wanted to do add on an aquatic study. I talked to Pat Hoagland, who's their principal, and what that basically would mean is the overall general plan is we will have focus groups and community outreach for all our facilities together. If you want to add the aquatic, it would mean having meetings with just the users of the pools separately would be a whole different, more intense. Which I'm not sure we need at this point, and what Pat said is if we decide as we go through this that we want to do that, we can add it on later. So we don't need to do that now, we just really need to do the basic.
So we'd
And I
add
think
it on
he-
for a cost.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
We'd add it on for
It
a
was more
cost.
expensive though, wasn't it?
No, it was $6,000 if we added it onto the project.
At
but
this point.
At any point
No, at
during
this
the
point.
project. No,
Right,
he
right.
said at any point. So we don't have to do that
Oh, so
tonight.
there's no
We don't have
penalty
to-
for,
No.
no, okay.
No, if we, as we're going through the process and we're still working with them and say, you know what, I think we need that, we can do it later. We don't have to make that decision now.
Well, I talked, well, first of all, the wording in the, when I read the resolution, it has the 6,000 in there.
Well, it does in italics and bracket.
What does that
Right.
mean?
So you can make the decision to keep it
just
in.
leave it
Okay,
out.
so I talked to Pat Hoagland as well, I talked to him today, and I didn't think that when I was speaking with him that it was critical that we spend this $6,000. I asked him if the pool was included in the base plan, and he said, yes, it is.
Yes.
And I said, well, so help me understand what's included in the base plan and what's this extra $6,000? And he articulated to me that it was more like conceptual design work that was this $6,000, that the recommendations for what we should do with the pool or membership projections or, fee setting and all, that all should be part of the base plan.
Right.
And it's my understanding, and I would approve this on that understanding and that discussion with him. I hope that that's not just a verbal that he tells me, but it's actually in writing that we approve it, because I think that when we evaluated all the different RFPs for this particular project, it was clear that we said this is a borough-wide, all of our recreation facilities, clearly our pools are recreation facilities that exist today, that should be included in the base plan. And he confirmed that to me verbally, but I don't see where the $6,000 certainly needs to be spent at this point.
Yeah.
But here's my concern. Did the other vendors who made proposals include a comprehensive pool plan?
No.
Not at all.
Well, I'm not sure, because I think the recommendations for what we should do with the pool were included in all the plans, I believe. And I think the way that Pat Hoagland differentiated it to me, because I asked him that question directly, he said, well, the 6,000 would really pay more for, like, we would show you a conceptual design of what a lazy river would look like. So we'll start sort of almost the next phase, like what I would call like phase 2, like showing what the plan was going to look like, rather than just saying we recommend based on the survey and the analysis and the meetings that we have with people that a lazy river is something that people desire, and here's how you would pay for it. That should be included in the base plan, as far as I'm concerned.
That's my concern. That's what I want to establish, is because the whole idea of this master plan was to get an idea of what the art of the possible is and to have a prioritization scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What I don't want is later on to find out that we get plan light, for want of a better word.
Mhm.
And then we then say, okay, well, now we gotta pay $6,000 to learn about what to do with the pool.
No.
And now we're $16,000 more than the next lowest bidder.
No, we don't, and it is included, I mean, I wrote the RFP, I know what's in there, and the pool was included. So anyone that responded to the RFP addressed that. The pool is part of all our facilities, and it's in there. What happened is they were first contacted to do an aquatic plan.
I remember.
So that's what they started with. And so his concern was since we started with that, do we still want to do that? And that's why he added it and no one else did.
I mean, I
As
think
a
there's a
separate
simple
thing.
solution, because Jack's gonna have to work on a contract. We have to just make sure that in the contractual negotiations, that it's clear that there's a general provision for guidance for the pool.
Yeah, analysis of the current situation and recommendations for what would meet with the desires of the community and how we would address those desires, meaning, everything is based on how much we can afford.
And frankly, a copy of the RFP or the
That
proposal in
goes
the back.
with the contract,
Yes.
it's always in the back.
And
of the
you
contract.
are going to write this then, this contract, this is us approving you writing a contract.
Correct.
And they sent a new proposal without the pool in it today. I think I sent that to you, Anthony.
Yes.
What's that?
It's the same proposal, just without the extra pool
The
thing.
additional conceptual
Yeah.
design, which we
Is it
did
clear?
ask specifically about
Is it
that.
clear as to the basic pool study?
Yeah, that is part of the general study.
So as long as that's accurate.
It's all borough facilities.
Sorry, so the additional money is being removed from their
Yes.
initial quote?
Well, there
We're
is
not
some-
asking
it was
for that.
2 pieces,
Right, so then we're not asking for that conceptual design piece, so we're taking that out of the
the
cost.
6,000, yes.
Right, so what you should do is take out, and that's why I put it in brackets and italics.
Got it, thank
Right.
you.
Fifth paragraph of the preamble, and the last sentence, numbered paragraph 1.
I'm a little uncomfortable. I don't want them to think that they're not supposed to look at the pool.
They are.
They should be
No,
looking at the
yeah.
pool the same as they're looking at the turf field, the same as looking at 251 Claremont, the same as they're looking
are.
at.
And they should be
Yeah.
interviewing people at the pool.
I just want to be clear because now you just referred to something that I haven't seen, which is a new RFP from them. Well, they
It's
just
not an
sent something.
RFP, it's the proposal, it's what they sent in without.
As long as it includes the pool, then that's fine.
It does, if you read the RFP, it's all in there. All
But
we're
there's a new
doing is
proposal that
taking
came
out-
today.
It's for the 79,000.
Mm-hmm.
Cause the original proposal he sent had the 79 plus the 6, if we wanted to add that on, so he sent a clean one without the 6.
Because one of the things that made them so attractive, I thought, was their approach to getting information about the pool. And I want to make sure that that stays intact.
Yeah, for sure, and I remember asking too, the people that came more recently about their additional fees and stuff as well, and they said it would be for stuff like conceptual designs.
So, I mean, I think we all are saying the same thing.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, is there a contractual review process if we approve this? I mean, Mary Jane and Jack are involved in the final contract, is that the way that would work?
Usually I review it with Anthony. I suggest we put at the end of paragraph 1, subject to their proposal, including the pool study. Or including the pool in the overall study.
Yeah, including the pool and the overalls.
Overall study is better, yeah, I agree.
Pool and related facilities, I would say.
And related
like that.
facilities. I'm comfortable with that.
And we should say pools because we have more than one pool. We have like 3 pools.
Yeah, pool facility.
Pools and associated facilities. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, that way we have an out if it's not clear in the proposal.
Mhm.
You have not approved.
Oh,
the
you wanted to say something on this with the junior membership?
Well, are we on that now?
Yes, I skipped that, actually, went from 56 to 57, I forgot you pulled that out.
Sure. So I just wanted to say thank you to Louis Morandi, who's volunteered to be a junior member of our fire department, and just recognize him for his volunteerism.
Yeah.
We've had
Thank you.
any number in the past year or so
Yeah.
of junior membership, so that seems to be a positive for the community anyway.
Gina, you had 2058, you wanted to pull out?
Yeah, so in reading this, it just talked about the overall scope of the work of the contract, and I wanted maybe to make it more clear that it should also not go over the full budget that was approved, or like the total cost that we've already agreed to.
I'm sorry, what number are you on?
It's about the change
Sorry.
orders, yeah, it's 2058.
2058.
Yeah.
where we allowed for change orders.
Well, we discussed that last time, I used the definition in the DCA regs. If you wanna put a cap on, we can on top of that. But it, if you look at the resolution itself, it defines, provided they do not affect the overall scope of the work of the contract, those change orders shall result in only minor price increases. If you wanna put a cap on that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we had discussed last time that it wouldn't go over the budget that we initially had approved.
But you can't do that.
You can never do that anyway.
You can't even approve a contract unless the funds are encumbered.
So
Okay, so
by
the
default, he
contract-
can't do that, is what we're saying.
Right.
Under
Okay,
any
it's implied.
circumstance,
That's right, you can't approve a contract for more than the budget.
we can't, they can't,
There has to be
nobody
certain
could. This doesn't give somebody permission to overrun the budget by $1,000 or something.
Correct.
So any minor adjustment, it doesn't matter if the contract's approved for 100,000 and it goes from 99 and it's $2,000, they can't do it. They won't be able to do it without coming, okay,
Correct.
okay, good, thank you.
That would require a change in the ordinance, Jack, is that what it would be?
It would require further appropriation so that the CFO could certify the funds are available.
Oh, right.
Which would come before the council.
Yeah.
Correct.
What was 2059 was the grant for the Environmental Commission?
I might be getting mixed up with the other one that's there.
Yeah, no, that's
I
not
think
this
it's the
one.
other one,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
okay, I'm good.
Okay, so we pulled off,
Although, wait, sorry, I did wanna know, did we have to put any money into this? It says borough match none, so that means that if they get this, we don't, the
No.
borough doesn't have to put in any money.
right, if they
Right.
just
Not
have
for
that much money
sustainable
to do the
tourism.
program,
Yeah.
whatever the grant is. So we're not gonna vote on, we're gonna pull off 2046. Yes, right?
2057 is as revised.
Yeah,
Is as
okay.
revised, okay. Okay, so would somebody like to move 2045 to 2059 without 2046 and 2057 as revised?
I'll do it, I just have to get to that page.
I'll move it.
Okay, you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. This is just, roll call.
Mrs. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. O'Day,
Yes.
Mr. McMee,
Yes.
Ms. McCready,
Yes,
Mr. Hammond.
Yes.
Mr. Donahue.
Yes.
Okay, 6C, we have a memorial request of a bench or tree for Karen Kovacs. Don't we have a form and a process for this? Okay, so are they, you want to?
I'm here. Yeah, hi, I had called several weeks ago to inquire, okay, if the township had anything. And I was lucky enough to speak with Anthony, and he said that it had to go through the meeting for a request. So that's why I'm here.
But I thought we had a form that has to get filled out.
Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot about that. I just kind of took an email from her with the description of what was, wanted instead, but I can get her to fill out the form.
Because we rewrote that whole policy,
Yeah.
there's a process to go through.
Yeah, so there's a form where you indicate where you want it to be and whether you want a bench or a tree or whatever type of thing you
How
want.
would I go about getting that form?
Is it on the website?
We can email it to you, yeah, I think it is.
Or Anthony could send it,
I
right?
can send, I thought the council was one who chose the location. Is that?
I think we work with, the person.
Okay.
You can
Yeah.
suggest, like, I don't
You
know
can
if she
suggest a
had like
couple
a
of
spot.
places.
We have
Yeah.
one that, a person donated on the old army trail. There's a
Right.
bench there, so I don't know if she,
Had
where
a
she
place.
lived or,
Okay,
Or-
so I just wanted, the information so
Yeah.
that we could, go forward with the donation for
Thank
either a
you.
bench or a tree.
Yeah, that's great, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so Anthony,
Anthony, did you circulate the policy? I mean, it's been a long time since
I could do
that
that.
topic came up.
Yeah, it has, yeah, I can
And
circulate.
I don't remember what the constraints, if any, were.
They really weren't, I think it was just,
It was an ordinance,
right, where we had a process where you do the form, and then I think at that time, I think it went through Doug. I don't know if it still goes through Doug, where he would work on the location with the person.
I think it goes through John now.
Goes with John now.
Through John
Yeah,
now,
it would
yeah.
be John now, right.
okay, so then you can send me the
I
form.
will definitely send you the form,
Okay,
yes.
and then we can go from there.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
We have a request from Mount Construction to park vehicles at the lot across from Borough Hall and the stone lot on Old Quarry Road. And what is Mount Construction doing? Oh, the storm pipes, they're inspecting the existing storm pipes. And who's hired them to do that, the county or the state?
I think it's one of the utilities, I believe.
Oh, there's a,
I think, let me take a look.
doesn't really say who they're, it just says they're scheduled to clean and inspect existing storm pipes. So is it NJDOT that they're working for?
Yes, yeah, Bernardsville DOC, yeah, starting February 17th. Yes.
Anybody have a problem? Do we know how many trucks or
They said
how
two.
long they'll be there?
2 trucks, right?
It does, yes, two property, two trucks, and I asked them to let me know how long that they wanted to keep it there. I've not gotten a response yet.
I'd like to have a start date and end date,
Yeah.
just so that, because it's not an infinite.
Right.
Right.
And plus, I want to mention that we let Nelson's Tree Service use the lot across from
Right.
the Borough Hall starting on April 1st. So they, can't go beyond March 31st.
Right.
That's what I was gonna ask, if we had anybody else using it.
Yeah, we have starting April because they're at the Kiwanis Field, I think until March 31st.
Yeah, I think because obviously they're gonna start before our next meeting, so
Yeah.
we'd have to tell them they
Right.
could, but they have to be done by.
By March, yeah. And they also mentioned that lot up by the Rose Bowl on Old Quarry Road, behind the Rose Bowl. It's like a gravel lot.
Yeah.
So if they want to use that, I guess I'll check with Recreation to see if
Doesn't
it doesn't
interfere
interfere
with
with
Yeah.
games and stuff.
That won't start until so it feels open April 1st. So as long as
Okay.
they're out before then.
That's
Okay, so they can't use that after April 1st because they can't use that after April 1st across the lot either.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they gotta be done.
They gotta be
by-
done by March 31st.
So is our criteria that we allow people to use these lots free of charge if they're doing work for the borough, county, or state? Is that our criteria? I mean, what if a private person wanted to park their trucks there? Are we allowing that too?
No.
We haven't allowed that. It's
We
always
did
been.
So
once
it's
for
for-
a party. Remember the people had
That's
to
true,
run over
yeah.
parking? Somebody that lived on 202 was
Mhm.
having a shower.
That's right. That was the only one time we did, other than a
Yeah,
utility
but not for
or
extended use.
or DOT or something.
Okay.
And they give us, by the way, they give us insurance and sign a whole harvest agreement, and we tell them it's gotta be put back in,
Same
condition as
same
now.
condition. Yeah.
Next, we have a request from the Girl Scouts to sell cookies at the Winters Farmers Market on March 28th. And I also received an email from Alice for her troop on March 7th. And I think it's really, is it inside? They want to be inside or outside?
I think they wanna be inside the train.
Ed said they talked to Ed.
Because,
Usually they're outside.
I know,
Oh, that's
they
us.
stand
Okay.
outside the shop right and,
Mm-hmm.
but, I think
to
it's
Ed,
really,
too.
it's Ed's, it's up to Ed, cause he has to make the, room for them and make sure that they're in the right place, so, I mean, does anybody have a problem with that?
Did it cost? No.
It's just a space issue, so it's up to
Yeah.
Ed.
Ed's in charge.
So,
It's crowded, I mean, I just, outside front door, disabled area, 2 places, inside front door, lobby, or center, and the center's, sometimes it's very crowded, that's the
Yeah.
only thing. But those 4 spaces, I think they could fit, it could be, they're inside, they might have to move a little, outside, I think they'd be
it'd be
set
fine,
at
yeah.
a place, but then I guess, maybe, Chief Valentine wants to just weigh in on that. We can put cones outside, I guess, so no one parks in the front. And that would make it, or on the other side, perhaps, where the disabled area is. They talk about a small.
Put anybody in the parking lot.
No, they'd be on
It
the
wouldn't be in the
sidewalk.
parking lot. There's a sidewalk, they'd be right by the front door, but just to, make sure someone doesn't step into the street. We could put up some cones and say no one can park there.
Like the front 2 spots right in front of the
Yeah.
door.
Sidewalk's pretty narrow there for a table or something.
is.
Are they just standing there or?
Yes, I would think, well, I don't know, Alice, you're gonna do it.
I mean, as far as the police is concerned, it's really not police.
Yeah.
No, but I wanna make sure that.
Don't go on the platform and don't,
Absolutely.
have pedestrian access on the sidewalk, and nobody would ever do that.
Right, but just to be safe, because sometimes people, as you say, it's narrow, and they step into the street. If we could just make sure we have some cones out so that it's obviously no one's gonna try to pull in and park there.
What if you put them over
Or
by
barricade.
where the the rescue squad usually sells a 50-50 during the summer market in that little alcove kind of area?
There's still the parking lot, the parking lot's not closed, for the farmer's market
Well, you
is
could
closed.
close that part.
Do whatever you want.
Yeah, well, leave it, Ed, it's your decision, okay? We'll let you make the decision where the best place for them is.
He doesn't seem to
I know.
How about just parking a car there, but having it a little bit off the curb,
Yeah,
so
like
it's.
put your car there,
Yeah,
so no one
if you're gonna be there all
else can
day, or Alice, you're gonna be all day, just park your car there, just leave it there.
I would rather have that totally open and have like one or two barricades, and they're still there, we could set them up.
If somebody stands inside the barricaded area, the barricade doesn't stop an errant car.
Yeah.
Exactly, right.
I mean, it's, you know.
Just park there.
You know what I'm saying? It's still pedestrian hazard. It's in the parking lot.
Right.
If it's barricaded off, people are gonna think it's barricaded off so they can stand there, congregate there, talk there.
I see it all.
Somebody comes around the corner too fast, isn't paying attention, drives through a barricade, barricades won't stop the car. So that's my only thing,
Are you selling boxes or taking orders?
Selling boxes.
Well, just back the
in
car in and
full
open
transparency, this is
tailgate,
my
that way
daughter's
it's-
troop
Yeah.
that's asking. So I do care for safety, of course.
Actually, that's a good
Just
idea.
back a car in and
Back
it's
a
all in
car
the back
and
of the
open the
car, and a
tailgate
little
and-
table. So
So sell the cookies out of the back of your truck.
yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it creates a barricade.
I think you're gonna
creates
make money. I think that's a good
little
idea.
safety barrier, and
Yeah.
you know,
How do you walk by and not buy?
put like a big Girl Scout banner inside of it.
Right.
Seems a little shaky.
When the Girl Scouts are there, they'll obviously come by car, they'll park their cars there enough away from the curb.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So
open
there'll
the
be a
trunk.
little extra space as they step off.
And that way, if they're on the sidewalk, the car is between them and anybody driving through, and then you
So
don't
we
have
have
to.
to have three, Girl Scouts have to come in 3 cars. Can they drive? No, they can't.
Is there enough space on the sidewalk?
I don't make
They
it,
can
no,
stand there,
I-
but they can't have a table.
They usually have a table, right?
So this way you use the trunk as your
Trunk idea
table.
makes sense.
Oh, is the okay.
Yeah.
Let's hear what the chief says.
Ed, I know you're under a lot of pressure from a lot of the vendors at the market to expand, to allow, bend the rules. If you allow the Girl Scouts to come in and open and sell out of their trunks, our vendors gonna wanna come and park their cars and sell out of their trunks.
I can stop that.
Right?
Mhm.
Okay, sure, okay.
I mean, that's not a problem.
That's, I'm just.
Yeah, thank you, no,
Girl
that's
Scouts.
Believe me, I buy Girl Scout cookies, just for the record.
And they're each doing one
I don't turn
day.
any of them away, I don't say I bought from somebody else. I
Yeah,
like
but I mean, each troop is doing one day, so it's not like it's,
How many more
it's
troops
all
are gonna
with the
come?
whole winter.
So we
thing.
have certain dates available, right? So you are.
We have the
asking for
7th.
That someone else is already at the 14th. but
Right.
I don't think we want to blow this up in days.
No.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
Can't be on a platform, yeah.
yeah,
Because I think what Chief Valentine is saying also is that you set a precedent and other people, bend the rules even further.
yeah, oh, they're the 28th, it's the 7th and the 28th.
They actually, I think, said on, I'm sorry, that they wanted to do it on the 14th. Is that what the one you were thinking of?
I think they changed it.
They changed, yeah.
I think they changed it from the 28th to the 14th.
Oh, because the email said the
In case
28th.
weather
Yeah,
was
they-
bad,
they-
it might-
Yeah,
The 14th of what?
of March.
March,
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
So you're all gonna be down there as traffic,
yeah,
auxiliary.
No such thing.
okay.
Good.
All right, next we have a request for a parking decal refund, which I don't know if anybody has a problem with that, but it's a person, he just bought it and then lost his job, so he's not commuting, doesn't need it. Anybody have a problem with refunding?
No.
Okay, that's approved. We have a request from the Bernardsville Democrats to use the train station on a Sunday. I believe it's just for a couple of hours for a gather, 2 to 3 hours on a Sunday afternoon. They have insurance. Do we have a problem with anybody? I mean, there's nothing
they
in
gonna-
there. You'd have to bring chairs and whatever and.
Are they gonna pay for
I
it?
don't want to cause an administrative can of worms like the turf field or the pool.
Well, that's what
we
we're
have
just
to
saying.
institute fees.
We don't have facilities we've ever rented before on a one-time basis, so we don't really have a.
Yeah, so I raised this question, I guess, a couple of meetings ago, we never actually resolved, we don't even have a fee structure for our rentals.
No, because we've never had anything that's.
Person had
Can I just, for this
Yeah.
particular thing, we were talking about having a gathering, we were talking about venues, and we talked about the train stations. I said, well, that might be a good idea, let me ask Anthony. So that precipitated my email. As it turns out, we're probably gonna use we found out there was no policy. And so I said, well, rather than make a big McGill, we'll just find another venue for this particular, but you might think about some kind of a policy in the future, because it might be a good
That makes
spot.
sense.
Yeah.
It's a little positive PR for the town too, if we decide that this is something we want to do. You know?
Well, yeah, except that, come hopefully April or whatever, we'll have a
True.
permanent tenant, so it's
Yeah.
a short-lived,
It is short-lived.
yeah, but if you have someplace else.
Yeah, no, I want to cause an issue, we've got enough issues.
Thank you, Bob, that's very kind. Thank you.
So we're taking this off?
Yeah. Okay,
We did 6H.
we did 6H. The thing with this animal license late fee, this was interesting because, Anthony brought this up to me. Those of us that have dogs, when you get the rabies shot, it's for 3 years. So for 2 years, you have no problem renewing your license. The third year, if your dog is getting their rabies shot in March, you can't get a license in January if the rabies is going to expire before November.
By state regulation.
Right, that's a state law. So in some cases, if you go to the vet, they don't want to renew it too soon because it could be dangerous for the dog to give them the shot before the 3 years is up. So this person then brought up the point that, well, now I have to wait till March to get the rabies shot before I can get the license, and now I have to pay a late fee because of the rabies shot, not because he was just not paying attention. We can waive the late fee in those particular cases. We can't change the law because it's a state law. But if we wanted to, Anthony could waive the late fee if that's the case, and maybe they get something from the vet saying, that they're not gonna, they won't do that. If it's October, the vet might say, okay, I'll give her the shot now or whatever, or if it's, so it was just, Anthony didn't know what to do with it, and I said, well, let's ask if the council has a
Well,
problem.
the problem is we can't give them a license in January.
Right.
Because they haven't got the shot.
Right,
So that they have to wait,
yes.
and let's say it's June.
Mhm.
Then they come in, they say, okay, here I got my shot, and now I want to register my dog, and we say, okay, you gotta pay the late fee.
Right, so in this case,
So-
we'd say, you don't have
So
to.
could our policy be that we waive late fees in those specific circumstances? Where somebody didn't let the rabies shot lapse, but they came in on the year that it was due for renewal, and they
Right.
registered late that 1 year.
Yeah.
Under those circumstances, we waive it.
Well, then it's
It's
not
gonna
really
repeat
late.
itself.
What?
It's gonna repeat itself.
Oh, every 3 years.
No, only every 3 years.
Every 3 years, well, some rabies, yes.
Yeah, and you figure the life of a dog, what is it, 3 times maybe? 4 times?
I just don't want to cause a lot of
About 12
paperwork
years.
for us,
Yeah.
That means the dog's gonna be unlicensed for the first.
Yeah, and there's
4 or 5
nothing you
months
can
a
do
year.
about it, because you can't license the dog if they don't have the rabies done through
Why don't you
November.
just create a 6-month grace period? So, it's, they have.
No,
to-
but then what about somebody who has 7 months on their rabies shot?
Yeah.
That'll be the next problem,
Yeah,
How much is the
It's
late
just-
fee?
it's
I don't
$10.
suspect this is gonna
$10.
be a problem.
Oh, God.
it's $10.
But people have complained, that's,
There's been more than
Yeah,
just this one?
it's an issue.
Well-
Sometimes it comes
It's a
up.
state issue. It's not
Yeah,
our
but we're not
fault.
gonna change the state
No.
law, so that's,
But I think that might happen,
really?
hopefully.
They have to register their dog at a specific time, like.
By January 31st, you have to get your license done, or you pay a late fee.
You're
So
supposed
why
to.
don't they just, after they've done the first one, they just cycle into their renewal at whatever month their dog's getting their checkup to get their shot.
That just it's more administrative work for us, because now we have 12 months a year, we're renewing licenses.
But I heard him say they have to do it by January 1st, right?
No, January
January
31st.
31st, and it's a 1-year license, so it's not like
Right.
it's gonna expire in the middle of the year. I wish we could do that. just
So
to
it
make
has
it
to be
easier.
done in the month of January.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, by the
That
31st,
calendar year.
right. Now, the state says it doesn't hurt the animals if someone with the rabies expiring, let's say in May, goes back in January and gets the dog, rabies shot in January, then comes back in January and gets it the way they normally should have. This person said that their vet did not agree to do that and thought that would be harmful.
Find a new vet.
And so, and that's what the state says. But in some cases people go back and get that dog revaccinated in January. Some people, don't want to do that.
Yeah, if the vet doesn't
If
do
the
it,
vet,
yeah.
if the vet doesn't want to do that, yeah.
I don't know, it was just
So, yeah, I mean, is this, I mean.
it's not a big deal.
The late fee is
I think we
$10.
waived this one.
It's $10,
Yeah,
yeah, the late fee is $10, so.
But is the answer we have to change an ordinance though for this? Cause it says ordinance right there.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Is it an ordinance?
The late fee, I believe, yes. It is.
Oh, I thought it was a
Yeah.
policy, okay.
Okay, so we can waive this without doing anything.
We waive it only for people who actually renew it when it's
Waive it in
due.
this one time, that's it.
Right, but we don't waive it for somebody
It's
else.
complicated.
No.
What?
It's gonna get awfully complicated.
Yeah, you're right.
I just think you have to get pay the penalty, get in compliance the following year, and
Yeah, okay,
Carry
let
on.
it go. We let it go. All right. This week, the 6J, I think we put off till next,
Yes, please.
that's for February 24th. Mayor's update, I have that. January 28th, we had the first meeting of the new Downtown Redevelopment Committee, which I thought went very well. We're meeting again tomorrow night. January 30th, we had the ribbon cutting for David Hinson Design, so another empty storefront on Olcott Square is now filled. Beautiful store, if you haven't gotten in there, it's just gorgeous inside. The 31st, I attended the Somerset County Business Partnership ELC luncheon, and the speaker was John, if I never say his name right, Donadio, who's the executive director of the New Jersey Association of Counties. I didn't know we had an Association of Counties, but we do, and they're doing a lot for lobbying for issues that municipalities have. February 4th, Jeff Price and I met with a resident who had questions and ideas about redevelopment. So thank you to Jeff for helping me out with that, because a lot of it was zoning issues. February 5th, I met with Peter Birnbaum. He has some grants that he wanted to talk about to remediate invasive species on our properties, on borough-owned properties. So he was gonna pursue, there's some kind of a task force that gives out grants so that we could get rid of some of the what is it, Barbary, that's clogging up Peter's tract.
how about the goats? The goat idea is great.
Do goats eat
They
Barbary?
eat everything, down to the
The
nubs.
historic preservation, Dan Lincoln was here maybe more than a year ago about, he had investigated the goats.
Dad,
Yeah.
was it viable?
Well, I'm wondering
It
right
wasn't
now.
No, they
safe.
fence them in, you portable fences, and they just eat everything in the section they're in.
He was exploring that for Dunster Square property, but I think it was unsafe because of the proximity to 202.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
we're not
But
thinking
it
about
might
the
be for
ghosts,
other
but is
places.
Peter working with the Shade Tree committee about
No, I
the
think
grants?
it's the green team.
Green team?
Yeah, I think they're doing it.
Oh, I don't know, I've attended the last two green team meetings and that hasn't
Or
come up.
maybe it was environmental.
Maybe environmental.
Who's on environmental?
For what?
Who's on the environmental commission?
Me.
Oh, you are? Okay, have they talked about it?
About what?
I think he just wanted to see if that would.
Remediating
if-
invasive
if,
species.
I thought that the borough would support it, and I said, hey, grants, we always like
Yeah,
grants, so
absolutely.
go for it.
But he has to do the form with Leslie. There's a new form, any grant applications have to.
Right.
She
Right,
has to.
right,
be-
Yeah, they
but-
know that, yeah.
But if he wants to do the legwork of writing the grant,
Right,
then he could go
that's-
through either through environmental or green team or Shade
Yeah.
Tree.
Right, any of them will be good for it. February 5th, I attended the YMCA annual meeting and kickoff. February 8th, three of us were at the library, whole lot of fun, which was a whole lot of fun. February.
Ate too much.
Yeah, I know, they had good food this year. February 9th, yesterday, we had the mayor's wellness campaign winter wellness crawl, which, thank you Christine for all your help. We had about 50 people. It was really went off well considering it was the first year we did it. Gotten a lot of good feedback today from the people who participated, so hopefully we'll make that an annual event. Today I met with Freeholder Suey, and she is very supportive of Bernardsville and anything that we need. She mentioned that they have a lot of resources that we can use for redevelopment, planning, and any projects that she'd be happy to champion for us if we want some something from the county. So
Is there any direction on types of projects?
Field fees?
I asked her about the turf field, if the county would consider that, and she said, if she's still there, she would certainly fight for it. And doesn't see why they wouldn't, because they'd certainly, wouldn't wanna see something they supported, not be maintained or in good shape, so.
Yeah, I did mention that to her once a long time, well, not a long time, a month ago, and she said it's too far down the road to
Yeah.
answer that question.
Probably true.
I know. So, that was very positive. So that was my update.
I'm just out of curiosity, if you could, okay, what kind of redevelopment resources was she
Yeah,
referring
that's
to?
interesting.
She said they have planners on staff for free, engineering help. Actually, Walter Lane, who's their, I forget what his.
He's the planner.
He's a planner, but he's also the president of the New Jersey Planners Association. So they have lots of resources and he's been involved in the Somerville redevelopment project. So she was gonna try and arrange a meeting for us to talk with them. So
Would they consider financial support for various projects?
I don't think for redevelopment they would, but if they give us free planning, I mean, that's a nice
Let me be
thing.
more specific. So we're developing the current plan with Brent Center. Are there pieces of that they would be willing to chip into? No?
I don't know, maybe the recreation department might.
But if they could do the conceptual stuff that Brent said was not gonna do, that could help.
No, I'm thinking more of redevelopment in terms of some of what topology is doing, they could do.
Yeah, if it's in.
Or even they could just consult with them, that would be
Yeah,
good too.
yeah, and
Then
share
just
their
another set of eyes,
experience and, yeah. The other thing, for the redevelopment project, I met with Joe DeMarco on Saturday, and we discussed and also shared with Jack. He recommended that because now we're ready to write the plan for Quimby Lane, is that we have a council, what did he call it, land use committee. That would be myself and 2 council people to work with the planner, to work with topology in writing the plan. Since we have to own it and we have to approve it, he thought it should be council driven. And then it would go to the redevelopment committee to have, get in more feedback, and then it would come to the council as a finished plan to approve. So, next meeting, we will be doing a resolution to put the land use committee in place, which will be a temporary council committee. He did say, because I said, because you 2 are on the redevelopment thing, I said, so it would be those 2. He goes, no, it should be 2 different council people. I don't know why, but that was
Why are we
his
splitting the work
recommendation.
up? That seems like we're kind of 2 committees doing the same thing.
No, the redevelopment committee that meets tomorrow is not writing the plan. They don't have authority to do that. The council can write the plan, or the planning board can write the plan, but a committee of people can't, of volunteers kind of thing.
Okay.
So that was his point, is that we should be writing the plan, we should be taking ownership of that.
So the thought would be that, his thought was that you can't have the same council members who are on the committee be on the land use group, because then they're voting on their own proposal? Is that-
I guess, and that way we've reached almost all the council people already.
But the mayor's on both of these 2 committees.
Yes.
So the mayor goes across, but the council members shouldn't.
Because the
That's
mayor
what
doesn't-
Joe was
mayor
Joe's.
doesn't ultimately
That was
vote,
Joe's
right?
recommendation.
Yes.
I'm not quite clear on that.
Is that because you don't vote?
Maybe.
Either so. way.
Yeah, that's true, I don't vote. Yeah.
I mean, unless it's a tie, I guess.
So, and also the fact that, if topology is really writing the plan, we're just, giving him guidelines and comments and feedback on it from the council point of view, and then the whole committee would.
I'm
do
still
that.
confused why we want the people who are part of the discussion about the redevelopment plan are not part of writing the redevelopment plan. Why is that advisable?
I think it makes it more
We're hearing
broad-based.
topology out. Because it sounds like topology's writing the plan regardless.
Right, and I think to have 15 people all commenting on it.
No, I don't
as
want
it's
15
being
people. I
written,
said
They
that-
would review it.
it's
They
like we got
wouldn't-
2 parallel efforts, but.
No, I think it's a concerted efforts, because it's, it also makes it more broad-based, as 2 people who are not also in the redevelopment committee.
Yeah.
It does
people
kinda
on the
make sense. And
the
that,
people
then
on
it
the
gives a sense to the
redevelopment
council.
committee
They
are
can
supposed
deliver-
to be directing the work of topology.
They review the
or
work, and we
else.
can,
No, not to, like,
Yes.
the committee, the land use committee would work with topology to write the plan. The committee would review the plan,
Mhm.
and then it would come to the council for approval. So that's
I
kind of the
guess-
steps that Joe wrote it out.
My concern would be,
Sounds convoluted.
I'm not sure I would, if it was, Jeff, it wouldn't matter, I wouldn't, since we're not part of the process, how would we know what to comment on or what to write?
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's
and-
not, I mean, you have to see what a plan is.
No background.
And
That's right,
actually,
it's a broad, it's broad brush.
it's very broad.
Okay.
It's very broad. It's not,
So like a
it's
sign
not a
ordinance
design.
plan.
It's really saying, here's the, here's the piece of property, here's kind of, the general ideas of what we're looking for. It's not saying it's what it looks like.
Not the
Yeah,
elements.
but, and I have, listen, I would love to be on this land use group, but the thing, I have to agree with Tom, is that you've already had one meeting, you're gonna have a second of this redevelopment, you kind of, know the direction, the rest of us who are not on that group are in the dark, and we're gonna be writing a plan for them? I don't get it.
No. What we met basically just to have everybody know where we are so far. That, we've gotten the area in need of redevelopment, everybody met everybody. That group is really to keep communication open. There's business owners, there's somebody from the borough, there's Jeff Price, there's topology.
Right.
It's really so everybody gets to hear what's been decided, what's going on.
Okay,
The land use committee, writing the plan, you don't need all the background on everything that's been done up to this point. It's really just defining the area, what's wetlands, what's, what the description of the area is really what the plan is.
hasn't that already been done by topology?
That was the analysis. This is now the plan. You want something that's mixed use. It's a general, I don't know. Can you describe it better? I don't think I'm.
Yeah, it's actually more detailed than I think that,
Than the analysis
agreement
was.
is gonna be very detailed, but the redevelopment plan, is more detailed than just a zoning ordinance. For instance.
Right.
It's got some elements of site plan in it.
Is this group allowed to get, if it was separate, allowed to get counsel from the folks that are closer to the process? Or is that?
Yeah, as long as you don't meet together and have a quorum.
Right.
And
I
what's the
don't
area?
understand this approach,
What's
I'm
the
sorry.
area that would be taken into consideration for this plan?
Whatever
That's
we
defined as
made
the
the area
redevelopment
in need of
area.
redevelopment.
Yeah, but it was larger than Quimby, right?
Yeah, it goes around
okay.
the corner, I think. And
But that's what this plan would encompass, the whole thing.
I don't understand the idea that we have two different groups.
call Joe DeMarco.
Yeah, I would like to have Joe come and talk to us about it, because
Okay.
if we're gonna take this approach, I'd just like to understand the logic why we're doing it. It seems to me like you're taking people who are involved in a conversation, asking the group to do more detailed work, and then taking out the people who are involved in the conversation from the process. Just not clear why that's a recommendation.
You're not taking them out of the process, they have a different role in the process.
They can send it back to the land use committee if they
It
don't
seems
like
obvious that the people that are involved in the one committee should be helping to write the plan. It just seems to me to be the intuitive approach. If there's a good reason not to do it that way, I'm open to hear it. But I haven't heard a good reason not to do it that way.
I think because it involves more council members, I think it makes it more broad-based, and I also think the redevelopment committee could probably send it back to the land use committee if it's, but the other two people there would give a sense of the council, because, I think.
The thing is, a committee can't write the plan, it has to either be written by the council or the planning board.
Mhm.
So a committee can't do it. The
But what
larger
you're
committee can't
debating
write
is that you can't have the same people who are involved in determining what the plan should be writing the plan. Only the mayor can go into both of those meetings.
Yeah, I mean, Jack, I heard you say I agree before,
I
when,
agree
so.
with- I agree with the concept of having a council committee deeply involved in the writing of the plan as opposed to,
The
a volunteer committee.
Volunteer.
I don't know Joe's rationale for
different people, because that's what I
So
had.
that's what I was gonna ask you.
I had said, why isn't
Would you
it the
be
same
okay
three
with
people, because
same
then.
people?
It does, well, that makes logical sense to me, and then if Joe's got a good reason why it should be another way, I haven't heard the good reason yet.
That was
Yeah,
my
I
first
mean,
suggestion, I
I
said,
think-
well,
Yeah,
it should
sure.
be the three of us.
Well, it
because-
seems obvious, doesn't
Right.
it?
I mean, I agree with John in the part that it does spread out that, the ability for other council members to be involved, but there are other ways for you have subcommittees hopefully coming up, there'd be other ways for council members to get involved.
Yeah, I
but
don't
it just-
know, because
it
I,
just
the
seems
first thing I
illogical.
Should Joe be here
It
next
should be
meeting if we
the same.
consider this?
It seems
Well, actually,
illogical to truncate
He'll be there
things.
tomorrow.
Sure,
So we
let's
can
talk
ask
to
him.
him.
We'll talk to him tomorrow, because he'll
Perfect.
be at our meeting tomorrow.
Okay.
And we'll figure it out, because that was what I thought too, it should be the same three, but I don't know why he said no, other than to, the more people know. So we'll talk about that at our meeting tomorrow. So that was all my stuff. Where are we on the agenda? We are correspondence. I don't think we had any, did we?
No, I didn't have anything else.
Unfinished business, anything?
unfinished business, items unfinished or new. One thing I wanted to address is, how do we resolve the fields, the non-turf fields? Are they gonna be back to synthetic? What was I don't recall what we established last year, because I'd like to go back to full synthetic sort of treatments, just because they were in abysmal shape at the end of the season last year. Whatever we were doing wasn't working.
At the Public Works meeting it came up, and when I gave the summary last week about from Public Works, I think I mentioned that we're still using True Green, and that we left it that it has always been that playgrounds obviously don't get touched with synthetic, and Kiwanis, right?
General areas don't either.
Right. The general middle part doesn't, and the fields themselves, you do want synthetic.
I mean, Upper Evancal was in tough shape last year.
And that will continue to be, Upper Evancal will continue to be no synthetics.
That should be synthetic, because that was in really bad shape last year.
We have grubs.
So, the other thing is, I know I mentioned it the last time, we're waiting on a report from Doug or John now about a plan for the walking path around polo grounds and wheelchair accessibility.
We haven't met, we meet next week.
Yeah, that's on their agenda for Public Works.
So is that, it's on your agenda and you're gonna discuss it?
Yeah, it was
That
ordinance.
list, that whole list that was on the ordinance.
Ordinance 1812.
So will that be on the agenda for February 24 then to get a report about that?
Well, it's the reports.
Right.
Okay.
Mhm.
We gotta bring up field treatment too, because I think what we were doing last year wasn't working for a lot of the fields.
Are in bad shape.
Yeah.
Do we add that to Public Works? Are we supposed to add that to Public Works, or?
Yeah, I
We can
guess
bring
it
it
should
up.
start there, I think,
Sure, we'll bring it
if
up.
it's okay with you guys, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there probably needs to have more information, because I don't think that Doug really, he just kind of, when it came up in the last meeting, he just kind of said, yeah, this is what we're doing because this is what was decided, or that was the plan. So, and that's what he had out. So if we want to change that plan, which is part.
Yes, we get the current plan.
It's part organic,
and our
part,
options
or
for-
part, whatever it is.
I mean, if you're saying they're in rough shape, I guess if you have some backup for that.
Yeah, well, there were dead patches and crabgrass.
Yeah,
and
like
other-
photos
I
or
did take photos.
accountable.
I'll send you the photos,
We got
and, and if it wasn't working, whatever we were doing last year.
Bring the grub in.
Yeah, like Rubex.
Okay, I'm just not sure he's gonna have much to go on, so I don't know how he makes those decisions.
Well, what are we doing now?
He does
I mean,
what we want.
We do, and then we.
Right,
we
so
resolve.
if he's,
So that's what I'm
I
saying,
think
is it
we
worth
need
to bring it there?
hear back from him how it's working. Cause we put this in effect, I forget when it
I'd be
was.
very interested in his opinion.
So to hear how it, what the feedback is it working, is it not working, what do we need to do to modify it or not modify it, I think that's.
Well, in a short synopsis, a true organic field treatment plan, the council decided was too expensive based on the costs that we were provided with. So the organic treatment plan that True Green provides to us and has been over a number of years is essentially to do nothing, which is not the same as treating it with compost tea and seeding properly and mowing to a certain height. It's a very elaborate process, and although the cost up front is very large, in the long run, it would wind up saving us financially as well as health-wise, because as we know, synthetic products cause health problems. So in a nutshell, we think it's too expensive to do a real organic treatment of those fields. So in the meantime, we're not putting synthetics where we don't think they're necessary. But if you're saying that they are necessary, then we can take that back to Doug and see what he
Yeah, I
thinks.
think they would be, considering the use it gets, and they have to be used pretty much all season long, it's just something that should be looked at.
Well, now that the turf's free, maybe they can use the turf instead.
Okay, so, yeah, take that back and, see what Doug's input is on that. And see whether we need to revisit it, because I think if they're gonna do a synthetic somewhere, I think March is the first treatment you have to do, and if you miss that, it's too late. Okay, Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
I'll move.
Second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.